All right. You know what? We're just going to go ahead and get this started. What's up, guys? Jim is, yeah, absolutely. Jim is better than. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Cardboard Castle. My name, of course, is Cardboard or Alex. You can call me either one. Thank you guys for joining us today. I greatly appreciate all of you for being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe and that like button. Help us out with the algorithm. Helps me, helps you to help have a bigger community. Yeah, guys, today we're going to be rewatching the Johnny Depp stream of the Johnny Depp trial and really talking about it. We might do it at about 1.5 to 2x speed. That way we can maybe get 4 hours of a day into. But really, we want to break down some key points inside of the trial and catch up. I have had a really day. I slept too long. And open up. Yeah, sometimes when you're producing lighting and outside light changes don't work with that, and lines up so the sun doesn't up. Problem. Anyways, guys, good to see you. I appreciate all of you. I may be eating on stream because again, guys, I have to, get some drink and all that. But we're gonna get into the trial. Welcome, LA. On the Giant Peach. Sound was off. Your sound's not. Make sure your sound is not off. Very simple. How does my mic sound, by the way? Sound good? No longer can you hear me breathing on myself. Really trying to, it doesn't come through now, so it doesn't matter. Right. Sexual chocolate. Sexual chocolate. There we go. All right. Boom. It's down. It's up. All right. All right. There we go. That's much better. Sorry, I had to do some finagling. We're still getting things settled here at the studio, man. Room's a little dirty today. No, come back. Don't do that. Transition to the wrong thing. We're going to skip like 25 minutes of the beginning here. That's what I'm getting to, guys, by the way. The reason being is absolutely nothing actually happened during like the first 20 minutes of court. They just sat around the bench. We're going to go and we're going to put it on 1.5 playback speed. All right, now we're ready. Now we're ready. Right. For some reason, I'm not hearing the audio. I need to change a property. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. This is the first time we're doing this way. I don't like it. We're going to go to properties. There we go. That's why.
Miss Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Oh. Kate Moss. My crush of all time.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, please see your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand. She will be appearing on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me? Yes, can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yo, Gloucestershire, represent.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
We're gonna
From
speed this up, guys.
1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple,
Still
that
slow.
the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm. And as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
and I screamed because I didn't know what happened to me, and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
Who has the better
During the course
cheekbones,
of your
Moss or
relationship, did he ever
her?
push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any
One second, guys.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly appreciate your taking the time to testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
Just give us a moment to move the TV. All right, Dr. Curry. Good morning, Ms. Jensen.
Good morning. My name is Paul Shannon Curry, Dr. Shannon Curry.
That's fine. Ma'am, you're still under oath, so please have a seat, Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Which of the opinions rendered by Dr. Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Okay, the first category you talked about was misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
So Dr. Hughes she stated that she administered 12 tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those were symptom checklists. The other half were checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. Let's see. She also misrepresented information, clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms intentional on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard, and she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test, and yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have
All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. She's already covering what I was going to cover on this.
Now,
like,
on the PAI,
I was
there were clear
forensically
indications
relevant.
that,
What's the
Ms.
difference?
Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication
What's up,
that
peoples?
several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had
You know, the great thing about this is even though we're
with
starting
trauma,
almost 30 minutes in,
that
we're at
elevation is better explained
and a
by
half,
childhood or distant
and
traumatic
we get to
experiences
skip all
like
the
complex
breaks.
trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you
Yes.
explain that?
Yes, so as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. So you always approach the examination, I believe
I'm
Dr. Hughes
pink.
said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for
was
attempts to
amazing.
manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tells us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete.
So the reason why it wasn't good in this is they're not trying. Miss Heard wasn't trying to fake a severe mental illness. Okay, it would draw a false conclusion. Is really the problem with the screening technique that she used in the test that she was using. It's very hard to fake a complex and severe mental illness accurately. And so what happens is that you'll get, how do I put this nicely? It's very easy to create a test that will discernibly say, hey, you're trying to fake a severe mental illness or not. And say, oh, this person clearly is not faking when you're applying it to a simple mental. So that's the reason why this is important. Okay, moving on.
Connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety.
She covered it.
The questions
Damn
are
it.
just too odd for somebody
Yeah.
who has the wherewithal to
Exactly.
be trying to have PTSD to enforce. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
And what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very
Chat
similar,
died.
but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake before we do the diagnostic.
All right, guys,
interview.
we're
It
gonna.
kind of gives
She
me a
didn't
view.
reveal
Somebody
a
who's there
lot.
for
She
treatment
really
would be
just
assumed to be
destroyed
taken at her
the
word because if they give us
other
correct information, they're
experts
gonna
saying
get
she
treatment.
used a bunch of
And if they
tests
give us
that
incorrect, they
weren't
might not
really
get treatment.
meaningful.
So I would give this checklist to them, and then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician-administered PTSD scale. And when they do a PTSD, she scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS 5.
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes is reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe, at one point almost 2 months with
But
Ms.
she
Hurd
stayed on
daily,
the stand a long
reviewing the
time.
notes of her
Holy
treating
Jesus.
providers.
She's on drunk driver duties tonight for her sister's birthday? Oh, hell yeah. There we go. All right, they're having their pre whatever meeting for like 20 minutes here. Ah, dang. What is going on?
Your next witness? I'm sorry.
Go.
Let's get the jury first, right? All right, you ready for the jury?
Well worth listening to her. Want me to go back? I'll go back. It's all right. The genes are a myth. The genes are a myth. Yeah, I'm going to slow it down for that. It's just, she talked about how Amber Heard was clearly faking because she scored so high on some tests, and how the test that Dr. Curry had examined from their doctors showed that they were purposely trying to create a biased outcome. What her breaks down to, I think that had been made clear by kind of, is good to get
Thank you.
right before.
Are we ready for the next witness? Or do you
Yes,
want
we call Mr. Depp.
Going to pay professionals, they not faking things, and do it in a way that's horrible.
All right. So just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Where did the Kate Moss testimony go, though? I thought Kate Moss was first today. She later in the
Mr.
day?
Good morning.
We heard a lot about some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney, or was
Well, we
your
already
attorney?
got through it. Yeah.
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245?
All right, guys, I'm gonna make some food real quick.
And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
We can pull the exhibit back up. Thank you. Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when she August 2020, when I was countersued by.
He did.
Ms.
He
Heard.
did.
This is the
He
first
did
time
get
that
those
I
deer in
saw
headlight
any of
looks, and
these,
they filed an emergency order. It was crazy.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
Johnny sort of struggled on the stand today.
And this is also already.
He did
in
some good
evidence.
things because of his natural
Scroll down to the
personality,
second
but
page.
he had a rough day from what I understand.
Perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please, thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
That's really what I wanted to hear and see, because I heard this is the only bad part of the day for him, really.
To August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they come from, or, I mean, where they ended up. Or...
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what is your response to that?
Hold on, we gotta pull that.
It's not exactly true.
Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show.
They already show the deer in headlights look.
We would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition.
It's Arkin, and we passed
that
that.
audition was at Warner Brothers. It was,
I'm using the Sky News feed, by the way, if
When
you
were you
guys
performing at
want
the
to.
Rock in
Any
Rio?
timestamps you want me to
that was
check out.
I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
Yeah, John, wait, it gets worse.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions, for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
You'll see. The dogs. Cardboard stamina. Listen. Are we having discussions about my stamina? What? What are y'all talking about? What is Streamlabs doing? I need to like...
I apologize, Mr. Depp. Could you please continue?
Hold
What
on, hold
happened
on.
after Ms.
No,
Heard
we're going to
auditioned for
revisit
Aquaman?
this. What are we talking about my stamina for?
I was informed.
Johnny Depp is getting paused until we, I don't even see the comment. It's Jay that know that was at 12 right before lunch recess. So how did that come up? Oh my God, whatever.
I misheard that
Fine.
the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he said anything. I think he was going to say who he spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
Well, I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully, I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many?
also remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
How many times have you done MDMA in your life, Mr. Depp?
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly. Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to do to you.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why is that?
Because I'd be dead. I'm pretty sure I'd be dead. I think one would die. Yes, and probably rather quickly.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And
Right.
can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw
Listen, everybody
the
deserves
2
food,
vodka
guys.
bottles at you?
Can't be hating on the food.
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes, it
mark.
will.
Okay. So this chair, that one here was.
I want to
over
know
here,
how it came up, though.
and it was in pretty
next
much
thing you know,
when I
she's
was
like laughing my ass
turned
off,
around. There
cardboard
were
standing
so when I was turned around
at
towards the
Jay
bar,
and
facing
Giant
the bar, and I
Peach.
turned around this way. The
Out of
chair,
just nowhere,
this
like-
chair here was in pretty much exactly the same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was. Let's say she was. If you're looking at the
Y'all
photograph, she
motherfuckers.
would be about here.
He
Can
does.
you,
So,
draw a line in the direction
she
where
is
the bird
under
was relative to where you
investigation
were sitting?
in Australia for
absolutely. So,
perjury, and looks like
I'm
she's gonna be
sitting
filling a
here.
face.
She was over here. Back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was.
Oh
probably
my God!
10,
What the
12,
fuck?
15
Why?
feet, maybe,
Yo,
10 feet
okay. Put it to the
And
test. I get it.
Approximately
You
where was your hand
motherfuckers.
when the vodka bottle hit it?
It
Guess
was,
what? My stamina is much
it
longer
was
than that.
leaning. My arm was,
You can learn.
Sorry, my arm was
I'm telling
leaning
you,
on
I'm a
the,
hoe. I don't give a shit.
the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning,
Catch this D.
kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is
Yeah, I'm not offended.
actually visible.
you please circle where the first-
I am upset that
Can you
you
please
are
circle where the first bottle was?
Sorry,
misinformed.
excuse me. Oh, that is the exploded first bottle.
Also, she's under
went past
investigation
my
in the
head.
UK for perjury.
And the second bottle.
The Yard or whatever they call it,
right
fucking
here
Scotland
where
Yard
my
open.
hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess,
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It burns. It burns. It burns. That's
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I'm pretty well. I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger, so that's why the tissue is. I'm 99.9% sure, since it is.
Where's Johnny
looks like
from?
he's got
He's
blood on
actually
it as
from
well
West
as
Virginia, believe it or
where
not.
I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo. No, I didn't. No. Not that I recall. No.
No,
Could we please pull up defendant's
Johnny Depp
exhibit
is not British
394,
at
which is
all.
already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
it's quite odd.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through. Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
Actually, he's from Kentucky. Excuse me.
It's hard to
Same
tell
difference.
when I look at the timestamp. It says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock.
He's
But I
lived
know
between
that because
Kentucky
of Australia
and West Virginia as he grew up,
time.
but he's from Kentucky.
It was the 8th, and it
He's actually
was
from
probably
Owensboro.
The whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so. When that was when Kipper was called. Jerry was brought in. Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next. I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so.
Take
I
me
would have had to
home
sneak
to
into
the place
bathroom,
I
lock myself in to
belong.
type this out.
The country road.
How were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Anime mama, anime waifus,
Well, he
take
wasn't
me
available
home.
at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't recall that. I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
And what did Dr. Kipper do when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect.
I was
the damage to my
purposely
finger,
singing badly at next thing.
and try and figure out exactly what
Write a
happened.
song if I want
how it
to.
happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
We
Hearsay.
appreciate
We've discussed this several times.
On. Good night, LJ. And I don't think he lived in the UK for a year or so. They actually tried to criticize him on the stand and it got objected to, talking about how he's fake. How his accent was faked. So that's how I learned where he was actually from.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about
What
how your
Luna
finger
said.
became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Red before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, just but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I just finished the film, maybe end of July.
My question is, what
August.
possessed him to want to
I'm
like
not quite
marry this
good on
woman?
the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was
Like-
2015, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
It had to be.
There were
Getting
times
married
when it was
when
very
you have that much money is just such a risk.
agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when
Oh, trust me, my lawyer says I have Cradar.
something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would
I apparently attract
Start
crazy like it's nothing.
the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, he didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that
He
I
even
took
talks
a
about
pretty
not
good,
lasting long at all.
Shot to the face, to the eye, to
Gave her a
somewhat
good shot
up
to
here.
the face.
So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all went
Didn't play about
ended,
that.
and then everything got fine again. We'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Said I
Did Ms.
missed
Heard
the
ever
comment from
apologize to
Don.
you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up
I
Plaintiff's
say
Exhibit
you,
162?
yo, fuck
which
that.
is
You
already
can
in
keep
evidence?
that pussy. I ain't giving you half my shit.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this photograph?
Matt,
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they'd been very kind. They'd given us a
And
private dinner card.
So where was this photograph taken?
That was in the that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express.
oh, it was
That's
about the prenup, because she didn't want to
back
sign a
train
prenup.
bar compartment, and just out
Yo, if
back
I'm
you
worth
could smoke all
$650 million and you're worth
sort of
less
commercial.
than 10% of that, not even $6 million,
And what, if any,
and you
injuries
don't
have
want to
this
sign a
photograph?
prenup when going into a
think the,
yo, I'm
the
worth
guy's a little
100
bit
times what
bugged
you
out.
are.
if you will.
I'm sorry.
That's it.
It's not fair for you to come
How
in
did that
and then
happen?
demand half that. You can fucking kiss my ass. You can.
These things could happen very
We'll
quickly.
put it out there.
If you disagreed,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked
We
how
might
that
start streaming on
I believe he was about to explain.
Twitch. It's just
So,
I'm
Mr.
not
Depp,
sure it's the
specifically, how
best
did the injury in this
platform
photograph occur?
for us.
I'm sure it hit me.
Yeah.
Better.
Does this picture accurately reflect what you look like on that date?
Apparently, we have
I
users.
don't
who
look
can't
myself
use
much,
Twitch.
but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
I'm gonna go clip that and repost
No,
it.
I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number
You
of
want
people in the
classes
shot,
like
especially in a
Jeff's
wide shot.
and John Lennon?
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301? And this is a new one, Your Honors. This is not in evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's reflected in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff
Okay.
at the
Just had to
Raffles
make
Hotel
sure.
in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days, and then from there we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train. Yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
All right,
evidence.
any objection?
Happy honeymoon. So it's
Any-
31st of October.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen, and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down.
She's smiling. She's trying to hide a
Mr. Depp,
smile,
do you
guys.
recall Ms. Heard testifying
She's trying
that
not to
she
smile.
punched
That is
you,
an evil
in
bitch
the
right
staircase
there.
incident because she
That
thought
is an
of
evil fucking
Kate
bitch.
Moss in the stairs.
Do I remember saying that?
She was fucking smiling. Did you
Yes, I
guys
do.
hold on?
Few
I
times.
gotta go back. I can't.
Yes, I do.
I can't believe she was actually smiling.
Any
Hold on.
understanding as to yes, Kate Moss in the that she punched you?
She's smiling. She's trying not to
Mr. Depp,
laugh.
Do you recall Ms. Heard testifying
Does anyone else
that she
see the
punched
smile
you,
on her face? Just
in the
is it
staircase
or is it just
incident
me?
Because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs.
Do I remember saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard is
Okay.
referring to?
This bitch is smiling.
yes, I
She's
do.
literally trying not to laugh.
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many years ago, and exactly what happened is what she said happened. I recall speaking with Ms. Heard about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May we approach Your Honor?
They opened the door to this. With her Kate Moss testimony, they opened the door to this. They don't get to claim hearsay. She spoke that she had had conversations about Kate Moss with Johnny. She admitted to that. They opened the door. They don't
Please
get to
continue,
just say,
Mr.
oh,
Depp.
we
What
don't
did
get to
you
talk
tell
about
Ms. Heard
this.
about the staircase with Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn. Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she'd heard a rumor, and that's
What's a
non-responsive
rumor?
to the question.
Sir, hold on. This
Sorry.
objection. I'll overrule the
Ms.
objection.
States the facts and
I'll
evidence.
overrule the objection.
Overrule, bitch.
I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice.
Certainly.
What was it?
I was
So
drawn.
what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow.
Guys, we've already
3
made it
minutes
through
prior
3
to
hours
her.
of
I was standing
testimony.
outside, and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. That's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Ms. Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, I mean, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much. Because I always
All in Heard's
seen
mind. Pirates is the only
Whitney and her
Disney.
sister Whitney
It's only on
seemed to
Disney
always
Plus,
get
so
the-
that's the most popular Depp
the sort of
movie
dirty
on
end of the stick.
Netflix. Exactly.
And, I felt
Exactly.
bad for that because it wasn't new; it had been there for life. And that was seemed pretty obvious.
It was.
So
We're going to
I
talk about
took to
Dr.
Whitney.
Spiegel here in a moment.
Very quickly, very
I
easily.
want to call him Dr.
She was
Spiegel.
a very sweet
Yo,
kid.
he
She was
reminds
wonderful.
me of fucking Spiegel.
What do you mean that
I'm sorry.
Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey. and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
That would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Mr. told me in detail.
Yo, they're comparing
What
him
else did
to
you
like
observe
a.
of, Ms. Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Ms. Heard.
They were just
a
constantly up and
supervillain.
down. But
Literally, the
you know,
man's being compared to a supervillain after like his odd testimony.
I could sense.
Like
I could feel
Newsweek,
it. Whitney
called
was
him,
trying to please her
called his
sister,
testimony
trying
off.
to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection,
every
Your
time.
Honor. This is going beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of
Your
that.
Honor, I asked what he observed, you know, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you ever see Ms. Heard physically attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
Overruled.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab Whitney, push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was
guys,
in
today
the
I'm avoiding
general vicinity would have to
news
leave.
because the things I want to
this is
cover
at
about the
Orange,
Texas
and
shooting, and I
Whitney
find
and Amber were in
are
Orange.
being really disrespectful and doing the
Whitney
thing
and
that
her
they shouldn't be
boyfriend,
doing.
at the time, Sean Krajewski.
Beto O'Rourke
and
literally
I,
had to be
we
escorted
actually
out
had
of
to
a
leave
press
the
conference,
apartment.
starting shit and politicizing, hey,
in
let's
the car.
put in gun
While they
control. And I talked about last
fought.
night why I was upset about that. So today we're
And when
we're
you say
trying to
fought,
take
you
something
mean
different.
physically or-
Physical.
New dog equals Barnaby Joyce.
And when you said Ms. Heard would push Whitney around, do you mean that physically push her or metaphorically?
Both.
You heard Whitney testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia building for a time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection
I'm
when
avoiding
Whitney
from-
first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4
As you can
was
see here, like
she and her
literally,
boyfriend,
Amber
Sean, had,
Heard's expert
broken
is
up.
compared to movie villain after odd
And,
testimony. Like even they're saying
she
his
needed a place to
testimony
go.
was odd. It's just
And so
it
Amber
was
asked
crazy.
if she could stay in Penthouse 4, and I said,
Why don't
well,
we
of
just
course
talk
you-
about what
of
you just
course you-
testified to?
How long did Whitney live in Penthouse 4?
The man was just off his fucking rocker.
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of Penthouse 4?
No, I did not know.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of Penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living
So
there.
overruled.
I have a new quick fade transition. that I just
Whitney moved
did.
out of Penthouse 4
So I can be like, hey, let's show some internet.
long before the
Okay, I'm done showing the internet.
marriage. And it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And I was asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of Penthouse 4?
At Jenny
I
J,
understand she
welcome.
went to live with Jennifer
Good to
Howell.
see you. Thank you for
Your Honor,
following.
I know
Thank you
you
for subscribing.
anticipated having
I gotta
a
fix
new-
the stream elements
You
bot,
keep going.
guys.
Okay. How much longer interrupt do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
Janae.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Mr. Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half
By the way,
years.
guys, we're only 5
who
subscribers away
at
from
a certain point I
We're getting there.
discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money, so I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case.
Guys,
with
today
the
it got
Amber
revealed that
settlement.
apparently Amber faked
But yes, it was the big, that was
evidence.
a
The
very-
Amber's
yeah,
team
Joel
faked
Mandel is
evidence, at least. And
a
if
very
we
bitter
believe
man
the whole
who,
agent
ended up with
argument
a lot
from
of
them, then
money that I worked
They're
hard
representing
for
and
over
doing
the
it
years.
on her behalf, so she
Do you
fakes
recall
that.
Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend
Wait,
very
Jay,
much
you're
money
not
on
at
charity?
home? Where are you at?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just want to approach. Okay.
Aw. Poor baby. Hope your kid feels better. Kiddo.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, me, myself, personally,
Mr. Mondale is a very bitter
with
man.
regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I've held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate
This is,
Factory.
again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
Yeah, this is nuts, man. It's mighty optimistic of you.
Basically,
That kid is to the
when
moon in
when it was a
ranks.
public, let's call it a donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere and make the premiere a
Marion, when it
benefit.
comes bashing on the
that
Amber
would-
turd.
Once we did one,
Absolutely.
we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street
I
Hospital.
really, I don't want to
We
bash
did
her,
a
but at the
couple of
same
benefit
time,
premieres
I'm
for the
very
Make-A-Wish
disgusted
Foundation.
with her behavior because it really hurts actual true victims of
if you can
domestic
turn a
violence.
premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands
She
of
is
people
a
there
perpetrator of
into a
domestic violence
benefit.
and yet refuses to acknowledge those things. And it seems that there are a lot of people.
It works and it helps.
Just look at the Amber
but it
Heard,
wasn't
Amber.
presented under my name.
I'm with Amber.
It was Disney's
Tag
doing
on
this, or Warner Brothers
Twitter
is doing
refuse
this.
to admit that
And I'm
she is
looking
a
for the,
perpetrator,
pat on the back,
and
as it
they
were. If I
use
can
this
make it happen,
dynamic
great.
of
But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need
male
the adulation. I
power
don't
or
need the
male
attention.
privilege to say that, oh
Did
well,
you
you
hear Ms. Heard
know,
testify
he's
that one
bigger
of the
than her.
charities she
He's
donated
a
a portion of
man. He
her
can
divorce
deal with. He
settlement
can.
to
He's
was the
better.
Children's Hospital
He
of
can
Los
take a
Angeles?
punch. You know,
Yes.
she's a woman. She can't
What
hurt
is your
him.
relationship with
Why
CHL?
does it matter? She
Your Honor.
abused him.
Maybe
She
approach her?
openly admits to abusing him, and she ridiculed him and mocked him that no one would believe him. He would be made fun of. He would be ridiculed as a man. As a man, Johnny. Yeah, fuck that shit. That's what I want. That's what I want pointed out. I want people to realize that right now in the United States, we have a section of left-wing liberal women, mostly. And by the way, 84% of the people who use that tag have self-identified in other tweets as that. That's why I'm using that. Are siding with a woman who has admitted to physically abusing her partner. Why is that acceptable? How does anyone who is against abuse, who is how does that I just don't understand it, man. It's crazy. I need to shut Streamlabs up. Excuse me while I take care of that. Go to CloudBot.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Grab our.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016. What happened at the beginning of that week?
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening, my mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so my mother passed away on the 20th of May.
All right, guys, the Discord command should be working too. My daughter has been
does
in
bring
Watchtower
instant
Amber
perspective into
Turd
one's
since the beginning.
I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone.
Watchtower Amber Turd?
Explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I filed for
Your Honor,
divorce.
hearsay.
Oh, watching Amber.
What Mr. Depp told me,
Beginning,
sir.
yeah.
We can move on, Your Honor.
That's my. He does
Mr. Depp,
have
what
a lot
happened
of
at the end of that
charity
week on May
work.
27th, 2016?
Johnny talked about it weeks
May
ago. by joining
27th,
them
my daughter's birthday.
babies.
May 27th.
Thank you, Jane. Very sweet. Love it. Thanks,
I was
Monica,
not in Los
for
Angeles.
sharing your friends.
I was in
Absolutely, I appreciate you
Kuwait on
guys.
tour,
Thank you
and,
for sharing with
that
your
was
friends
when,
and
Mr.
allowing us to grow our community. It's
for the
greatly appreciated.
Restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was
daughter
the,
has been-
that was the day that
So
Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done,
it's craziness,
was
dude.
opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
Heard and other women
How would she
like
have known
her
that?
hijack the Me Too movement. Yeah, the Me
I
Too
told her I
movement
was
was
going on
really
tour.
meaningful
I
when
mean,
it first happened, and I was
well
on board
established.
with it. And then they used
long
it
were you
to
gonna be out of
scam
town on
people.
that
I was someone who literally I had the ability to charge someone with extortion.
Did Ms. Heard
They
know how
tried
long
to
you'd be out of
extort
town?
me, and thankfully I had
I
the
don't
text
know
messages
exactly
and
how long I'd be
recordings
out
to
of town,
show
but it was
that what they alleged
extensive tour of
happened
Europe.
didn't happen, and that it was attempted.
How did Miss Heard's actions
And it's
on
not even
May
about
27th,
it's about
2016
victims,
affect you?
but also I don't believe in believing anybody in their entirety without
Changed
proof.
everything.
We should hear
Objection, Your
all
Honor.
victims.
Oh, it
We should
didn't
listen
change
to all
anything?
victims.
Sorry.
We shouldn't just believe
Sir, you can wait
everyone
till the objection,
instantaneously.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key dates.
Oh, we need to get back to the. We're gonna rewind real quick.
Your Honor,
Right. Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's one of the key moments.
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it
Relevance
didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Right.
Sir, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm
Objection, Your Honor.
May 27th, 2016 affect you?
changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it
Relevance
didn't change
to this
everything?
lawsuit.
Right.
Sir, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your Honor, this is one of the key dates.
You can tell Johnny's become very flustered in this process with his responses. Much innocent until proven guilty has largely been done away with by society now. I agree, and I have a problem with that. And before anybody goes spouting off that people are right wing, most of the people that are in my Discord server are centrist left. Yeah, John, you should see it. They had a list of objections that they felt were they've already ready to appeal, and it's been put out there that so anywhere where the judge has felt that there's any ambiguity, she's ruled towards Amber. You can tell that she's been preparing for the litigious nature of Amber's team and Amber Heard herself, by really ruling in their favor if there's any ambiguity in the matter. So, and it doesn't matter who he's donated to, or it has nothing to do with her running her mouth. They're trying, oh, well, all stars do it was what they were trying to do. They were trying to use whataboutism. Well, okay, that's great, but you do the same thing. Why is it bad when she does it? Maybe because she said it in under oath while in a UK court to make herself look good and to gain sympathy from the judge. And they think that the judge thought with his balls and not his brain in that instance. And there's literally evidence to show that the mind-boggling nature of the ruling from that judge in the UK is what is her ability to use her, oh, I'm a crying female and emotional blackmail and all this. Is she conniving? Is she plotting? Yeah, and they're trying to show that. And what they're trying to do is, oh, well, it's normal for that to happen. No, you don't pledge millions of dollars and then don't deliver. Especially when you were given the money in full. I'm sorry. She had the money, she just didn't do it. Heard reminds me of my first ex-wife. Heard reminds me of my ex-wife and my quite a few of my exes. That's what I'll say. I have this thing, I attract BPDs. Is what it is.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry?
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
He can speak to his emotional state, having to hear her talk about her abuse or deny her abusing, or that what she did was abuse.
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But there are times when one just simply has to, because it's gotten out of control. Horrible. Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false. I wanted...
Why would you want John to have 7 ex-wives? What the hell?
No human being is perfect, certainly not.
So what do you guys think about the way the stream's set up now? Does it work, being able to see what I'm referencing when I'm reading chat and on screen and stuff? Is that
committed?
You guys like this setup?
Physical abuse. All these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things.
Part is good.
And living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us.
This is really good in establishing and humanizing Johnny and talking about the impact it's had on him and that this trial has had on him.
No matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth and I have spoken up for...
This is really meant for the jury.
Carrying on my back.
You're going to turn me down some.
For 6 years.
Overpower him.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take
we're
lunch
gonna
at this
get
point?
redirect now.
Okay, all right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you.
Don't break anything on your way out. That's awesome. All right, let's see if they edited
See back there, we do have some other attorneys come forward on our...
All right, so what's going to happen during lunch is that this is the end of this trial, so they're going to be hearing some things for other things coming up in the next week. They're matters that are for the process and good business of the courts. So you'll see that they may have some other attorneys come up and start speaking that you may not have seen before that are unrelated to this matter. They do not have a dedicated judge. You guys, we get to skip all the shitty parts. It's great about it. While we fast forward, John Echo and his crew have a Ukraine live stream that I've been going to. He's got a nice there. I shared a link. Yeah, I've provided them some resources. So yeah, guys, go check them out. It is Stand By Ukraine. Yeah. Also, guys, now the exclamation Discord command should work if anyone wants to try that.
Confidential information learned during.
And as far as what goes on is when the, or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
You're
sir.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect.
Okay, this is the intervention, emergency intervention motion from TMZ. They are not party to this case. It's very interesting how they tried to maneuver this legally to get this in. They're not party. For them to file a motion is odd.
Reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention.
It's called Stand With Ukraine. I'll put it in our. It'll be in our Discord. I'll put it in the Discord later. In the YouTube streams channel.
The proffered testimony of a former employee.
Or he's more than welcome. You guys can put it in the general chat over there.
To disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013.
Love you, man.
And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in a position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be
But if the witness,
I haven't heard from Lights today.
in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had,
sleep.
in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
That's incorrect, Your Honor. He's voluntarily. A subpoena from this court would not be enforceable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
Well, and if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right, exactly. And that's why I'm saying all your cases that you showed were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right, and I understand you might have some issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues to go deal with that.
But once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and to intercede.
All right.
And, Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege, it has been recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly. It is a very important
doesn't apply like
underpinning of
that.
the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public.
The privilege belongs to the reporter, not to the source.
By current employees or former employees. A news
The
organization
privilege
will have absolute
belongs to the
control
reporter, not to
over,
the source,
being
and
able to
does
enforce
not
its
belong
promises.
to the
And so
company
we would
in
ask
which
court
the
to permit us
reporter
to
belongs to.
intervene
This is
and to
established
assert the privilege
law.
that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization after
The
all,
privilege
Your
does
Honor,
not
that would be
belong to
responsible
TMZ.
to the source.
TMZ is not the
All
reporter.
right,
The
I understand Mr.
reporter.
Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
That's an absolute misrepresentation of the outcome
Good
in the
morning, Your
opinion
Honor.
that they put
Good
forward. I
afternoon,
read
Your
it.
Honor. I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding,
Exactly.
unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14.
They are not involved in any
As
way.
Mr. Tobin, to his
The
credit,
case they're
has
referencing was the
conceded,
person was a part of the estate in
TMZ
question,
is not asking
or
to file
an
a pleading.
executor therefore.
It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action.
Exactly.
Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest
If
that's
TMZ
part of
was
the
part of your
subject
go-to
matter
sources,
of the
we need to
litigation,
have a
unquote.
conversation.
Hudson versus
Okay.
Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24 at 32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden, and Reed, PC versus Bank National Trust Co., 2013 Westlaw 5849140, granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome
It's nice to
of the
have some
litigation.
drama. Just take
Finally,
it
Your
with a
Honor,
grain of salt, is all I'm
TMZ
saying.
lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to
welcome.
refuse
Yo,
to appear
Slim, what's
before
up, bud?
a grand jury and answer questions.
Good to
And
see
Philip
you.
Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third
Listen,
party
Philip
subpoena
Morris
for
had an
records to
issue
trace
before the court,
confidential
and
sources.
they had
Philip Morris is
confidentiality
inapposite
agreements.
here.
That's not
That
the same
case,
here.
related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were, a cognizable beef, it is with Mr. Tremaine. It is not with Mr. Depp, and they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
All right,
reserve that.
thank you. All right, yes, ma'am?
Your Honor, I would like to weigh in from just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately.
There's
and I
some
wanna
rules
make them very
around it. We
clear
can
for the
talk
record.
about it here. Well, let's
This
have a
is
pause.
somebody who
We'll
should
have
have
a
been
conversation
identified in
around
discovery,
NDAs and how
was
they work
never.
and how they affect
Second
court
of all,
testimony.
it's not relevant.
And the privileges
whether
asserted therein.
Apparently, what they're saying he's going to testify.
And some of
we
the
have not
details
had the
around it, as I
opportunity to discover
understand it
that,
from
is he's going
my
to
lawyer
claim
sources.
that
And again, these are not
someone
me
leaked
rendering
to
legal
TMZ
opinions. They are
that
not
Ms.
me
Hurd was
giving
going
legal
to obtain,
representation.
the
They are not me
TRO
giving you
on that
legal
Friday
advice.
and also leak the video that the kitchen.
Here. Let's have a brief conversation about what this. All right, so the question here that is coming forward is, so there is a privilege afforded to reporters to protect their sources, okay? So just like the attorney-client privilege, the privilege belongs to the client, not the attorney, right? The client has to forego the privilege for the attorney to be able to speak on things, okay? Or anything you speak with your attorney on. There is also the clergy privilege, which if you are talking with your clergy in the execution of their normal business in relation to your religious practice, that those things cannot be brought up in court, and the privilege belongs to the person who is the religious practitioner, not the religious agent. Okay? This one's kind of inversed. The reporter has a privilege to protect their sources that is afforded to the reporter themselves, not the company that the reporter is with, not to the source. The source has no right to privacy if the reporter chooses to forego the privilege, right? The agency that the reporter works for has no agency, or has, not agency, has no privilege to assert, only the reporter, right? So, these were works that were done in the regular course of business working for TMZ. They can have non-disclosure agreements, etc. The two court cases that they referenced were not good ways of going about determining privilege. So one of them, it was someone who would be responsible for the estate and any overages in the estate while people were fighting over the execution of the estate. This third party interceded, but he was party. There's Latin involved. We're not going to get into it, but basically he was party because his job was he was responsible for the financial executions of this estate after the estate was settled. Okay, so he has a principled interest in making sure that his interests are protected because he's responsible for the estate after its execution, and deliver it after the estate's delivered. Basically, this is what I understand. So that's an entirely different case. TMZ doesn't have an interest here. They're trying to say, well, we have a privilege. No, the privilege belongs to the reporter, right? If accidental disclosures or other things happen, if the source disclosed that they gave the information to TMZ, if there are people who are not the reporter that are involved that become aware of the source, they can talk to that because they're not reporting. But also, if they're the ones who are responsible for the delivery of this and they know the source where something came from, or they have other information and they wish to disclose that, that's for them, right? They got notified yesterday in the witness list when they had those discussions at the end of court. There was apparently discussion about bringing him in. There seems to be almost near instant notification to TMZ from some party that this was happening, and they filed in the middle of the night. It was very interesting. The moment it came out, I think it was in the morning, and then in the afternoon they had filed. So in the morning when they were talking about their witness list for the day and what their plans were for tomorrow, this individual came up and TMZ filed an emergency motion. And the only reason you would really want to do that, or you would file an emergency motion, would be if you're worried about what's going to come out. There's no point. TMZ has, what right are they protecting, right? So the question is what are the possible damaging or conflictual things for TMZ? Okay, so one of their sources is going to be disclosed by a former employee. They have routes of litigation for that. None of their rights they're just not destroying their copyrights. It may affect them in their image, but again, there's tort law around that. You can sue for that tertiary behavior if it exists. There's many different things that can happen. So they have no immediate right to protect and squelch or suppress this testimony or this witness. That simple. And that I promise you, that's the short version. That is the short version, I swear. All right, let's keep going.
Video with Mr. Depp being rather violent, and I'm almost certain he's not going to claim it's Ms. Hurt, so I think it's never going to come in.
Mr. Huff, I understand all that argument. Do you have any argument as to this particular
look,
motion?
someone punched her. I think of that too. Like,
Okay,
it looks
then
like she has a
we can
bruise on her
address
cheek.
My point is, though, if you balance the prejudice versus the probative value,
She was
I
at
don't
a
even see how they can come
BDSM
in on
party with
foundation of
Eileen.
hearsay or relevance.
Let's be
That's
honest.
just not part of this motion at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Tobin, your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Thank you, Your You know,
I just
appreciate
explained
that,
complex
the
legal
court
issues in
shook your
4
head
minutes.
when you
Yes,
made the
the
snarky
4-minute
comment.
version.
This is not Edward R. Murrow.
That's the short
Obviously,
version.
The First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, the New York Times, or TMZ. And this is a First Amendment-based privilege. Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a very good case to answer Your Honor's question about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. There, ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
But they were already in
airlines.
the case in that particular
I understand.
matter.
There is no other
Exactly.
mechanism, though, and so it would be
It's
an
a
interesting
bad
procedural
example.
issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalist,
They
journalism
don't have
organization or anybody
an
else who's a First Amendment
interlocutory
holder would be denied
privilege
intervention
that's
on a
gonna-
constitutional-based privilege. I also, just for the record and for the merits of the case, if I understood
Her
Mr.
cheekbones
Chu
during the
correctly,
photo
he said this is
guy,
not an
it's
issue in the
obvious
litigation.
she
This does
had
not relate to an issue in
rosacea
the
and-
litigation. Well, if it's not an issue in the litigation, if it's not part of a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegations of the complaint, if it's impeachment evidence, if it's collateral to the main issues in the case, under the Brown v. Commonwealth decision under the Virginia Supreme Court, under the application of that privilege in the Philip Morris
Praise
versus ABC
HOD.
News, it is not supposed to be
Praise
compelled
God, I think is
in
what
this
you meant to
case.
do.
Which is, again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege, Your Honor. It's not an employee, a loyal or a
Okay,
rogue
yeah,
employee's
get it.
privilege to waive on behalf of its employer. This is an unusual situation.
Tell me about
But the answers are
Tell
there
me about it. Yo, I
in the
love this
law.
judge.
It is a First Amendment concern
This is not the first unusual situation in this case. I can
for either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Cohen.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today, and I
Thank you,
appreciate
Your
your
Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. In this matter, under Virginia
You
Rules,
need to be able to read the
Supreme Court,
judge. She was dying.
3:14,
She'd already made her
a new
decision.
party may
Stop
intervene as a
talking.
plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim
You're not gonna say
or
anything
defense germane to
groundbreaking.
the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them, and the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights
Yes.
asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM.
Anyone
which is
can
the-
go in and watch.
the corporation that TMZ belongs
Courts
to is
are
under their
open to the
umbrella.
public unless
In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by
there's
the
very
criminal
few
defendant to
exceptions.
subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if
Exactly.
EHM so chooses.
There are
And
other
while breaches
avenues of
contract
relief
must
and
be taken
litigation.
seriously, and the court does.
And
Any
the
alleged breach is
possibility
not
of
germane to the
future
underlying
litigation
litigation
resulting
here.
from
That contractual
testimony
action has
does
no bearing on
not
this case,
preclude
and it's not
testimony.
germane to this litigation,
very
therefore
simple
deny
law.
the
It's very
non-party
settled
EHM
law.
Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
For the
you.
record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
absolutely.
Whoa, hold on,
Actually,
hold on, hold on.
Your
Did she just say that? Hold
I am
on.
concerned that we
well,
For the,
therefore I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
thank you, Your Honor. For the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy. Yeah,
issue for the record.
Ashley, Mr. Tobin.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully, and so.
For the record, yes,
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine is questioned by question?
No, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will note for your record your objection to his complete testimony on behalf of your client.
There we
Thank you,
go.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Your microphone. Ms.
As with the Hicksville witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury.
No.
To find
There's
out
no
when
reason
he
to voir dire
contacted
him.
counsel and when they became aware of it. And I think also, under the circumstances, in fairness, I think we should at least be able to ask him what he's going to claim.
No, you don't get to
Response.
preview
Your
testimony.
Honor, I don't think that's appropriate. Certainly, I don't think
appropriate
the
at all.
proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going
This
to go
guy.
off in this matter.
This
okay?
guy.
All right.
I gotta remember.
Oh,
Inverse
Mr. Rattenberg,
Sorry.
it's almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here, because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay,
Your
all
Honor.
right, okay.
I apologize.
That's fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
Oh, they muted it. Streamlabs showing as double. It's not speaking twice. That's guys.
All right, so court will be in recess. Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay? All right, 2 o'clock.
All right.
Cast. Sites. There we go. Dude, this isn't right. We get to skip another hour, guys. We've covered 5 hours of testimony. I know we haven't been going that long. This is just so much fun. I watched a funny compilation about the judge reminding her to turn on her microphone. Yeah, dude, she cannot figure this microphone thing out. She even left it on while she was having privileged conversations with an expert, where it was taken out of context. He wasn't talking about lying. By the way, guys, if you review it, he's talking about rely. He relies. I rely on her.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anything that I'm not allowed to rely on?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Ms. Heard took in late July 2015.
Yeah, send it in Discord.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore, is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Ms. Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you.
Where Johnny starts having a few.
Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Ms. Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right, but that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you.
One of Johnny's greatest punchlines of this whole entirety.
Let's pull up
Show-
Exhibit
show
1905,
me it.
Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
And that's defendants?
Defendant's Exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Or you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I have
comments.
no objection to the photograph being published.
So, Jay Chime Peach asked, Cardboard, know anything about the difference of reputation between Depp and Heard's? I think she means Heard's team is. Yeah, there we go. So, the difference in reputation is that Elaine is known as not a great lawyer, but she'll represent anything you fucking want her to represent. As long as it's within basic legal principles or not. She'll even make some arguments that have questionable legal standing. Okay. Heard's team is known as shark litigators. Okay. They circle and swim around you and they attack and they try to get you to fun, but they're decent. Okay. But Johnny's team is A+ lawyers. They're known for what they do. you see there are 2 legal assistants and, well, there's 1 legal assistant and 3 lawyers. 1 is a junior, and then there's 2 partners. All right. And then the 2 partners are the ones you really have to pay attention to. And that, of course, is the guy that's standing up right now, who Johnny will get to in a minute, and Elaine. And Elaine, unfortunately, she's just bumbled this case. She's not a great lawyer. She's just really, she's a okay lawyer, not a great lawyer, not a good lawyer, an okay lawyer. But she will represent you when the facts are not in your favor. She'll try to make light of stuff. She'll misstate things, and it can all be done in a way which can seem, it's very hard to prove that she's doing it intentionally, right? Johnny Depp's team is the creme de la creme of civil litigators in Virginia court. They are very expensive, and you have to be very careful because one of them is very good on cross-examination. Another one is very good on contractual premise. There's I don't want to dive too deep into the legalese of it, but their reputations are entirely different. One is they'll sue for anything and they'll do a pretty damn good job trying to make something out of nothing, right? And the other one is that they will go to bat for you. They have ridiculous amount of resources, tons of experience, and they are expert litigators at what they do. And they are very good at recovery and sources of damages, but they're not going to take your case unless you have something there, period. That's really the main difference.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
You have to find a lawyer in the state the court is
Your Honor,
located
I'd
in.
ask for permission to publish
Why
this
is
to the
this
jury.
Great questions. Pause for that. All right. So the lawyer does not have to be in the state in which you're litigating. The lawyer has to have the right to practice in that state. Okay? So there are 2 different courts in the United States mainly that you have to worry about. State courts and federal courts, right? State courts have, of course, a state bar. So you have the Virginia State Bar, North Carolina State Bar, South Carolina State Bar, all right? To be in a state court, you have to come for and be approved by the state bar to practice in that state. You have to take the bar for that state, okay? Now, federal court is different, right? Federal court, you have one single federal bar, right? And you must go before that bar, take the bar, and be approved by that bar to be represented inside of those, to be able to represent people inside of that court. Federal court, being approved by the federal court bar, I think is universal. I think there might be some exceptions to that, but it's pretty universal. Different federal courts fall in different federal circuits, except that's a whole nother other that we're not going to dive into. Now, for appeals in those cases and things like that, and going before federal circuit courts in appeals matters, I think that there's a little bit of extra qualification there. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that one, but I've heard tale of that. For example, there is a attorney in Salisbury, a good litigator, previous prosecutor named Todd Paris. Todd Paris, he has his federal bar number and his state bar number for the state of North Carolina. He can represent you in both. He doesn't practice federal cases. He got it a long time ago so he could argue something before the federal district court and inside a federal appellate court. The trial is in Fairfax because the Washington Post is there, and that's the one that Johnny was defamed at. Exactly. I didn't get a chance to do that. So it's a matter of jurisdiction. So you guys have heard me talk previously about subject matter jurisdiction and personal jurisdiction, okay? So there are 2 things when something comes before the court, 2 things that need to be met. There needs to be personal jurisdiction in the matter, okay? Meaning I have the right to rule over this case because the matter at hand happened while you were either in my jurisdiction or are privy to this jurisdiction because you live in my jurisdiction, right? or one of the parties lives in our jurisdiction. Subject matter jurisdiction comes down to, this is a civil process. So if they tried to bring it before a Virginia criminal court, the criminal court could not rule in a civil matter. It does not have subject matter jurisdiction. Okay, so that would be the wrong venue, right? So you've heard change of venue, right? So if something was a civil matter and got brought before a criminal court some fucking how, not sure how that would happen, but this is just an example, guys. It would have to change the venue, either to a different court or to a different location, right? And venue is determined mostly by those two. There is another type of jurisdiction that we're not going to go into for the purposes of this question because it muddies the water. But those are the true primary forms of jurisdiction that matter. Subject matter jurisdiction, of course, this is a civil case. And of course, personal jurisdiction, even though neither one is a resident of Virginia, nor do either one live in Virginia. The matter at hand and in question, which was the article that was published in the Washington Post. The Washington Post is a business represented there, and therefore the act that is currently being litigated occurred, all right, just as if there was a crime, but because this is a civil action, the act that occurred that is in question, as far as the defamatory spirit of the nature of the statements made, okay, happened in Virginia, and therefore fall to the Fairfax County, Virginia courts to litigate. Good? Right.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it.
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, which will be fine.
Guys, we're booking it. We've made it almost through the entire day of testimony.
On the bottom, I'm just-
It's just redact that. Yeah.
Just speed it up here. What are we waiting on? It's just dead silence. Why is the court allowing this?
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the, when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually...
A side light will cause that.
Yeah,
as
well, the picture's not being taken from the side, is it? It's being taken head on, isn't it?
No. The lens in front,
Yep.
the light on the side
Right.
will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called, to appear sunken. And
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
Well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
And I had a
sustain-
chef, I had people on either side of me, so
Would you go
I don't
ahead?
see where the light fill is from the side there.
Mr. Deputy, go wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question.
sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for speculation.
Let's pull up Exhibit 1859, please.
1859, is that in evidence?
No, Your Honor. Please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't, but I do
okay.
recall being
Hold
in
on,
my
hold
brain
on.
in
We're
great
getting
distress,
to-
so
Okay.
I could have asked for teddy bear as well.
Okay.
Great.
6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy death
And poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA down my nose.
gone from the bag. So when you've been sitting here, I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony, and
Oh, I
you
heard
heard her. You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were
We're
8
gonna bring
to
this
10
to
gone
regular
from the
speed.
bag.
This is
Objection
one of the
form
parts that was
compound.
difficult.
Overruled.
I also heard Miss Heard say I reached into a bag and poured a bunch of
Yep.
MDMA
Johnny is definitely
down my
likable.
mouth.
People
Correct.
like him.
Correct.
He's
That's right. She
A
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did
Listen,
she?
She said a handful.
I'll address
Okay.
Which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay, the fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy. You who have only done it 6 times in your life, you were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiff's or Exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs?
No, I don't,
that-
but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay,
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is in evidence, okay, and publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this,
Compound means when you ask two questions
Text
in
message,
one, so
Mr.
that by
Depp.
answering one, you would have to answer
you
the
are,
other.
after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant.
That's what a
"Need more
compound
Whitey
question
stuff ASAP, brother man,
Were
and
you-
the
were you-
e-business." Now, we
like,
went over
the-
this in your cross-examination.
So one of the things is that a lot of times they'll try to focus on yes or no, and they haven't done this so much in this trial because you can literally say yes or no and say I'd like to expound. Right? That's usually what you have to do, and you have to get permission from the judge to expound. So compound objection goes into yes or no questions that are asked in which a yes or no answer would answer more than one question at a time. So,
Didn't we?
If you say so, sir,
And Whitey stuff is cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy.
Uh,
You already
yeah,
said
quite
so.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that
didn't
note.
recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp,
yes, sir.
and you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
that doesn't matter.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually,
So-
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle, and there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
Seems desperate.
It's that
He
big,
really
broken. The handles
seems
of the
really,
top
really. Mr.
on those
Rosen,
vodka bottles, sir.
I can't remember his name right now.
And if you,
Seems really
if you
does- he's
combine
really
all
frantic.
that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
He's trying to hurry the questioning to get him to sleep.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There is no picture of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Okay.
Handle of vodka, handle of liquor is
You
in
testified
the
this morning that
liquor
you
bottle
did see
has a
it, so
handle.
it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw a handle.
You also testified this morning that and I want to get this. I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
They are
here.
desperate.
You
They're desperate
testified
showing
earlier
his
this
line of
morning
questioning.
that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I think that the court knows it too. That's
I
why
don't recall
she's
phone
been
in the
very
bar
careful to
area.
rule in their
Okay.
favor
I
when
don't
there's any
recall- I don't
questionability
recall
in
a light
the
phone
possibility
in
of
the
the
bar
outcome.
area where I-
Hold on, we'll pause it. So it seems that the judge has been ruling more and more in Amber Heard's favor when there's questionability around an objection or other things like that. And that shows that she's preparing for an appeal. The reason being is that there's nothing more denigrating to a judge than to have their rulings overturned. It's just a slap in the face and it makes you look like a bad judge. Okay. Mistakes do happen. You're a human being. You can make mistakes. The law is exceptionally complex, especially civil litigation law is exceptionally complex. It differs not only from state to state, but from county to county even. Here, if you go to file for divorce and equitable distribution in the state of North Carolina, it's going to cost you like $5,000. But also, the requirements, say for Mecklenburg County for equitable distribution and Rowan County equitable distribution, are entirely different in some of what the judges require. But what you don't want to do is when a high-profile case comes before the court, if there's any questionability in whether or not something should be allowed or an objection should be sustained, you rule in favor of the in the light's best of the so the prosecution needs to the plaintiff needs to prove their case. The defendant is held to a reasonable standard, and that everything should be basically held in their favor until it's proven otherwise, right? And so you'll see that start to happen. I think the jurors have made up their mind and they're just listening to shit like. So we'll see, but right now it's not looking good for Amber Heard's team. But she's doing what she needs to do to make sure that if they do try to appeal it, that she doesn't give them any fodder that'll cause her ruling to be overturned, because this is probably the most high-profile case of her career as far as civil litigation, and you do not want that coming back from an appeal. That simple.
Okay. Let's pull up, Michelle, please, the UK Day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have?
We don't have copies for everyone. It's on the screen.
Your
right
Honor,
there.
may I please? I would like to have what he's the testimony of the witness.
Here, you can have my copy.
That's weird.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial for several days, correct?
You don't
Okay,
have
so
copies.
here.
Yep.
So I do remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked the question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Ms. Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up, can you scroll down please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your testimony, correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before.
Getting
you said,
irritated. Do
if
not
I'm angry,
on the stand.
I've got
Okay,
to
guys. So
lash out
here's
or
something.
hit
If you guys
somebody.
ever end up in
Going to
a
do it.
litigation, the opposing attorney is going to try to anger you, irritate you, get you upset, get you fumbling, getting you to answer questions outside of a cadence that you're comfortable with, issue to fail in executing an appropriate answer. Do not allow them to control your tempo. Do not allow them to frustrate you. It is their job. Understand that it's their job. They're doing a job. And that you becoming frustrated does not help you. All right? It's what they want. Don't give them what they want. Deny them what they want.
And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
It's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's refresh your recollection. Can you pull up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
This goes to the fact that everybody doesn't remember everything they've ever said in their entire career. You see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown.
Oh yeah, Bakelite is plastic.
You see the
classic plastic.
long paragraph above that?
Back when
It
they used
starts
to
with
bake it.
in the
Bakelite
Hotel.
radios are worth a lot of money.
You see that?
Yes, I
At
do.
the bottom of that, does this refresh your recollection that you said, I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it, and I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that
The quotes around.
you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
Here we go.
Haven't you?
Could you
We're going
repeat
to talk
that?
about this.
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect-
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect
Out
to
of
women
context.
that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take. Haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX?
This is where they-
3, please?
Okay, so guys, Amber sent him a nude, all right? And she made a comment around it of something, I'm going to take that dick or take that the cock that's mine or something like that. And he was, when he said, he wasn't referring to any women, right? So they're purposely misquoting him here. So let's go back. If you think about it, someone sent you a nude. Think about it. Is he referring to all women or is he referring to her?
Ludicrous.
You've also said that she, and you've also said that with
Could you
respect,
repeat
haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you
respect,
repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully.
I'll get it here in a moment.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take. Haven't you?
He says that when she sent him a nude, I need, I want, I take. He was talking to her, specifically about her.
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX883, please?
You can pull it what you like. I've never said those words. There's not enough hubris in me to say anything like that.
883?
883, Your Honor.
It's not, is it?
It is not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole thing unredacted? We can look at that too.
No, because you could have typed it
I
up
think he
last
did, but it
night.
wasn't in reference to what
I
they're
can
trying
assure
to
you
make it
I
out
didn't
to be,
type
and
it
he's
up
doing a
last
bad
night.
job in rebutting.
Your
You're
Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
going to show it.
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
All right, well, do you want to approach for a moment? Let's take a look.
We're going to fast forward. It gets in.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this
Also
litigation.
something unusual.
You understand that, right?
I understand that, sir.
Okay. All right, Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first. Mr. Depp, on February 22nd, 2017,
Okay. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove it tonight? Oh, so he's not. So when he's talking about Molly, talking about MDMA, there's no Molly's other blah, blah, blah. He's talking about Molly.
you texted Mr. Deuters, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
Talking about drugs.
You read it right.
He's
And the one
talking about
beneath that,
drugs.
You say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
It's Molly. He's talking about Molly, MDMA.
Perhaps someone
You
else
wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people, and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection.
Amber's
Calls
never
for
been referred to as
speculation.
Molly.
You understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct? Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight,
The plane?
the Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Duders. I told him that he had to write this, and I told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your personal assistant, correct?
I had two personal assistants at the time.
He was one of them, right?
Yeah, Mr. Duders was one of them, yes, sir.
Right, and it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or
Of course, it's not unusual for your person
unavailable or
hate with people.
any of that.
Have to find it part of their
or
job,
if Miss
right?
Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would
Mr.
be
Depp.
necessary for them to.
No,
Unfortunately,
just a
yes
yes
or
or
no.
no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his answer.
yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. It wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate
sorry,
her,
he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer
Would have triggered a negative and angry
would turn into World War
response.
III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please? Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
Your Honor, can we please approach?
Sure.
Did my stream die or something, or did we just go? Wonder if his drink might be a little spiked. It's possible. Possible. I think a lot of people in this courtroom have been drinking. A lot of people in this courtroom have been drinking, including Mr. Spiegel yesterday, Dr. Spiegel yesterday. I think he was definitely fucking drinking.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was, more than anything, I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning, you claimed that you
One day, all
you
text
somehow were
omitted
responsible
it.
for her getting the
Well,
role.
unless someone witnesses
with
the
Warner
text is
Brothers,
sent
correct?
by said person. Exactly.
That's what you
I've had
testified
problems
to
with
this
text
morning.
messages.
You also
Unless it comes directly
You also
from
tried to get her
the
fired
carrier or provider, but then
from
you still can't show
Aquaman,
who sent the text
didn't you?
message.
after
There's
the
a question
temporary
around text
restraining
message. Other cases.
Which
Where
question
they may
would you
not
like
have been
me to
sent by the
handle first?
person
order. One
that
question,
the
sir.
prosecution
you tried to get
thinks
her
sent them.
fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting
It just
her-
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't. I
So
didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related,
come down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Here we go. It's just he didn't try to get her fired. He did
Yeah,
get her
is
fired.
this-
Fired?
This is a text message that you had with your sister, Chrissy Dombrowski.
Well, she got herself
Who's the
fired
first
through her
witness in this
actions.
case, right?
She doesn't
He just
work
brought
with
them
Warner
up.
Brothers.
She-
You can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 12th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that
RBF
objection.
is
821 in evidence.
Impeccable. RBF. Sorry, I'm familiar with
On
that.
June
acronym.
4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film. Did I read that right?
You did.
Talking to his
is
sister, she doesn't have any
referring to Amber,
authority.
right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reach out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers.
this morning.
There were
Your
comments.
Honor,
Warner
I-
Brothers
All right.
had
Samoa
two
didn't
friends.
want
Mr.
her
Depp, if
to
you
lose
just answer
the
the
career
question,
opportunity
sir. Next
because
question?
You reached out to
That
Greg
challenges
Silverstein to get
her
him
personality.
to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Asked and
reached-
answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
All right.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman. didn't
he
you?
vetted her and got her the role.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him.
He-
to help
he's
you
at
get
risk
Amber fired
from her
Aquaman,
behaviors.
didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please?
Thank you for the subscription. Yes, absolutely. I did not see that subscription.
Mr.
Appreciate
Depp,
it.
this is a text message that you sent
What
to
do you
Christian
think?
Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts
No.
of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857, then don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Unburney, you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
insanity.
Understood.
You
Um,
can't
we'll
continue.
call it 857.
Okay, guys, so. Oot.
857,
That cue was a little late, but it's fine.
okay. All right, yes, sir, thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian, Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
Do you want to put it in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr.
Okay, let's read the whole thing. So, outgoing. She's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your text about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Moss' crooked dick, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of... Is he talking about When he says mollusk, is he talking about Musk? Crooked dick, and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, not an ounce of emotion. What I once thought was love for this digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish mark. Oh my god. Oh my god, hold on. I'm so fucking happy she wants to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. Holy shit. He's going hard. I'm at a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper, I wouldn't touch her with the goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Holy shit. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Oh my god.
Mr. Depp,
All right.
you said she's begging for total
Thank
global
you, a novel
humiliation.
disposition. Thank you so much for
She's going to
subscribing.
get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco,
That's
brother.
nuts.
I'm
Johnny
even
went a
sorry
little
to
hard
ask,
there, but it was a
but
private text message.
she
but
sucked
had no
Mollusk's
instance of
crooked
being
dick,
delivered.
and he gave her some shitty lawyers.
He had no insinuation.
I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove.
Not teammate.
I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry,
You're welcome
man,
to that opinion,
but
though.
now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face.
Don't spam.
I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can someone please
Now,
mute her?
not long after this,
Don't ban her, but mute her.
Michelle, thank you. Not long after this, you met Mr. Waldman in the late summer or fall of 2016, correct?
I believe, yeah, September, October, somewhere in there or
Odds.
whatever.
And he's been your attorney since then, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met with him with the
Thank
Daily
you.
Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Yep, our very first
I'm sorry,
troll. I'm proud.
again?
You
Okay.
and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, didn't you?
Did I
Are
appreciate
you
it.
asking me a question about my attorney and I?
Yeah, that you
I
two
was
met
gonna
with
say time
people
her
from the
out.
Daily Mail
Fine.
in London in February 2020.
Person clearly has no interest. Toxic.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it, though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't. I don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
Check and make sure.
If
I thought I had
that's Mr.
subscriber only
Waldman's
mode on.
testimony, then.
Okay.
But I just didn't necessarily know who these people were.
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation, lack of
Alleged.
personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to
Yeah,
make you?
so
or
thanks for
how
the free
does it feel to be
subscription.
here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell
Guys,
your story.
we got to pass 70 subscribers. We're at 73.
Yes, sir.
But
In there,
that's just
guys.
not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun
Guys,
calling you a wife
Statements
beater,
privately
you brought a
to
lawsuit
individuals
against
do
The
not
Sun in
equate to
June
trying to
of
get her fired.
2018, correct?
Yes, I put a
And
lot.
that was 6 months before Miss Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
Holy cheese.
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against the
Tarkin
son.
not modded over here?
Correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial, was she?
Not my
Or was
question,
that-
Mr. Depp. In the article that the Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Fixed all that.
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just
Tarkin
like in
Soul
this trial, you were on the
yeah.
stand for several days in that trial,
I didn't
correct?
realize that none of my moderators
Yes,
were
sir, I
moderated
was.
in my YouTube
And
channel. That's a
that trial
problem.
involved the same factual
Tarkin's
issues
not, but she
that
gets
you
the
were
ability to
litigating
decide
here,
people.
which is whether
Objection
you committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Calls for a
You
legal
brought
opinion.
that case against the
They're
Sun
violating so many rules. He knows
because
what he's
you
doing.
were angry at
They're
the Sun
desperate.
for calling you a wife beater, correct?
The claw.
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a
went
pretty good reason.
And you
Maybe
went
the
through
giant
that
peach
trial in
will slay
London,
her.
correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection
were
asked and
great
answered.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Modded all. I modded all the mods and all, even some people who aren't
Mr.
mods
Depp,
in my Discord, just because I want
Mr.
to.
Ronborn asked you some
I
questions
trust those
about
people. Here you go.
the UK
Lay down the
trial.
SmackDown if you want.
Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get the load off your
Been a
back?
moderator. I just
As,
fucked up over
as
here.
the UK trial
It's an admin.
was me suing Dan Wooten and the Sun for defamation for calling me a wife beater. The UK have there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also limitations
Yo,
in
this would be great if Judge Judy was the judge.
evidence.
So much.
Some things can be brought up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
they
up.
said
And
it calls
Mr.
for a legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about
He's describing his
limitations of
testimony.
evidence in the English
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You'll be okay.
You'll be okay.
Yes, there is a very
Depp is a beast.
everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the Sun as their star witness, but the
Luna wasn't slow.
Case
It
was
was
not
just
brought
never banned
against-
anybody. Okay.
Ms. Heard.
It's like I didn't realize. I was like, man, I know I have a bunch of moderators sitting in here. Like,
whatever it is.
I'm like,
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination?
We'll be okay.
Or, excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
QC
sorry, I didn't realize
Sasha
Jay hadn't given you
was
And
status.
whose attorney was
Supposed
that?
to have it.
the Sun's.
Can we please pull up DX?
It's great when you know the
857A.
objection that needs to be made, and then they make it. It's like, yes,
All right. It's already in evidence. So we can publish it.
it's describing his testimony and the limitations put on his testimony.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin with all this completely, utterly false information. So I am, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a non-stop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency, as humans, to get very, very irate and angry.
You guys,
not to the point where
crazy's
you go
happening.
out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me.
So breaking
yeah,
news,
many
guys.
things
We're
go through your
gonna
head.
pause this. Breaking news. Seems that Russians in the Kherson Oblast are trying to force locals in occupied areas to cooperate with the occupation, and are attempting to mobilize Ukrainians in captured territory. They're basically forcing Ukrainian citizens into the military. It is fucking seems that Russian forces also entered time and able to coordinate stacks. Yeah. Where is Northern Light? I'm gonna ask. Hey, you joined. What's up? Welcome. Right, so sorry, we're focusing on some.
And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father,
And humanizing him.
my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen.
Oh, yeah.
One little lie.
Benny J, yeah. Welcome.
So yes.
Welcome to you.
Very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
Oh, welcome. The subscriber. Appreciate it, guys. Welcome, Army.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message when Mr. Rottenborn was asking you questions?
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you care to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
So, really quickly, before he answers that, I want to talk quickly about something. It does not matter what he conveys to his sister. His sister has no position of authority over Amber Heard's employment with Warner Brothers. Okay? The relevance of this text message should have been challenged. And that's the problem I have. Is that he's in a text with his sister. What the fuck does that have to do? He's not going to executives he knows at Warner Brothers. He's not texting them. He's not calling them. He's not dealing with any of that. He's literally doing the damn thing with his sister and venting. And humans need to be able to vent without it being made an issue inside of court. The question is not whether he wanted her replaced. Clearly, he disliked her. They were at odds with each other. It was, did he actively take a role in trying to have her replaced? And the answer to that is just absolutely no. There is no proof of that. That he took an active role in trying to have her replaced in Aquaman. All right.
Well, Warner Brothers were about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Didn't I meet with them?
All right. If we could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he.
He's talking about what he said.
Overruled.
Please continue.
You can't. It's not hearsay. He's speaking about what he
So,
said.
sorry, you can continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another.
Always expand your vocabulary.
Especially as
Limey is another good one.
all any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop fire. So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection,
Covering
Your
the
Honor.
last day of the trial live tomorrow.
Just getting into what he
For
claims
2
he
days
told
straight, so
Warner Brothers
up
or
through
wanted
mine.
to.
He's saying what he wanted to tell them. He's not saying what he actually told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2
Vegetables,
franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces.
If you spam Team Amber, you will be banned.
On one level, yes, it's just
You're gonna continue to
acting,
be
it's just
banned.
movies, but it's business.
Streamlabs is going to
and
take
it's
care
your
of you.
word, and I had given my word to them, and I felt
Okay,
responsible.
that's fine. Got you. Put user in time.
That I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry?
Which of those 2 film franchises were you a part of?
I was.
Okay. A bot gave me a
I
free
was
subscription.
in Fantastic
And they're
Beasts
counting as a viewer. So
and Where to
cool.
Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883?
Yep. Thank you, John.
Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text
them.
messages
Welcome.
during Mr. Rottenborn's examination?
Free traffic.
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages. Is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not. I'm not.
Do you have any?
Knows. I don't know who Molly is. I don't know nothing about this.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text message? Or these 2 text messages?
No. I honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of don't write like, I don't have that kind of hubris or
They've changed all these numbers since, trust me.
expectation. That's quite grotesque text.
Can we take that down, please? Can we please pull up defendant's
Hey, crazed
exhibit
fans do a lot of things. I don't know
1821?
if Team Amber is actually doing that. The bots out there trying to create problems and act. They're not selling anything. It's just
Mr.
someone who
Depp,
has a personal investment to
Do you recognize
criticizing people.
this document?
That is behind the bar.
It means that my keywords are working though.
And do you see a...
Thanks.
Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
Yes. And
I do,
did you
I really
recall that
do.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up defendant's exhibit 1820?
That's basically the equivalent of banning guys when you say hide messages from
Do
this
you
user.
recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And what was your answer to that?
no.
I'm gonna clip that though. We
Mr. Depp.
got attacked by Team Amber.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
that's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
Be right back, guys. I gotta go grab.
If we could bring up the Plaintiff's Exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef and all that.
All right, I'm back.
But I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us is prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your next witness, didn't quite get that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Depp calls Morgan Tremaine.
All right, Morgan Tremaine.
No, guys, you can hide them. It doesn't stop them from trafficking. I just time them out. I think there's a way to time them out for longer. But yeah, I'm fine with it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and entitled to
Styles, it doesn't harm. They're still here. Yeah, you can hide her. There's no such thing as banning someone on YouTube. You can't ban someone from your channel. They can still interact with chat. There's no one will see them. You just hide the user.
Good afternoon, Mr.
There's no ban.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff Tremaine.
I appreciate you, though.
And what do you do for a living?
Good.
I produce esports events and design video games.
And in 2016, what did you do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
Here we go.
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
Here we go.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as
This is where we learn some crazy shit.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York,
You
and then 1 in
can,
DC.
guys, ignore it.
What were your
Don't worry about it.
responsibilities specifically
You
as
can
a
hide her.
paparazzi?
It would be to
They can still
dispatch,
type. They're still typing right
paparazzi
now.
to
They
various
can see their
locations
messages. They're just
based on
automatically hidden.
tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hotspots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip
hide.
line,
There's no such thing
or
as ban.
directly
Just hide the
through,
user.
news producers in the office.
I can still see. They're still
And were
sending
tips
messages.
frequently received directly from sources?
They're just automatically hidden.
Very
No one
often
can
the
see
case,
them.
yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists,
Little
managers,
Hugh.
agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How were
What the
tips
fuck,
verified?
bro? I love you. Don't do that.
Tips are
Don't be an
verified
asshole.
by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line,
Yo,
we have
Streamlabs
to
is gonna
verify
time
who
you
sent
out.
it, that
Go ahead,
they,
let them spam.
that
Team
the
Streamlabs
source is
will
truthful,
time them out.
and
It's
so they
fine.
have to add their contact information, which is a field in that on that website for like name,
Oh
phone number.
Lord Jesus! Don't do that. They might ban you
How
on
long
accident,
does that process
dude.
typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related
Is that
to
little
Ms. Heard?
Hugh? Did you change your
I
name to
believe it was
Team Amber?
May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that
Little
assignment?
Hugh.
For that,
Seriously, bro.
Ms. Heard was filing a
I
restraining
don't know
order
now. I'm
at a
confused.
courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Hold on. Let me go to Discord and ask. Is
Under
that
what
actually him?
circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think there's a foundational
I'll
hearsay.
overrule the objection at this point. We'll see.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not.
Why
He
not?
changed his name
Because
to
it
Team
come directly from
Amber.
a news producer.
Does that mean it had
It
been
was
verified?
him.
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th,
And change
2016, were you
and
involved in
change
any
the,
other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
The
Can you tell me
icon.
about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016,
I hope that
where
wasn't
she
you.
was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Ms. Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Ms. Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp.
This is really damaging for her.
Slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about
All right, let's
to
go.
reveal
I
hearsay.
don't know how to
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
Unban him. So
So I received that email and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection,
video.
Your Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, you just said he's was a link from the Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a
Oh,
bug
shit,
on it,
we're
which
at
is putting the
77
dun, dun, dun,
subscribers?
beginning end,
Yeah.
and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
After you did that, was it posted?
It was posted, yes.
Where was it posted?
It was posted to tmz.com.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes,
him.
I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX, rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
yeah.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received?
No,
by
he didn't.
TMZ?
So I messaged
After
him
media's been
on-
received, it could take
Well,
any
we'll
length
see.
of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The
He's
only
never
way
been
to obtain
active on
copyright over
YouTube, so
media
I
would
doubt-
be
I don't
if
know
we
why it would
shot
be him.
ourselves. If it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us, and then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances departments to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described before, which is putting bumpers and a bug on something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection,
No,
leading and cause for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not,
And why not?
because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means that TMZ owns the copyright to it.
That's a
So it can't be
solid-
distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of sitting at the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when
There's
there's
a
an edit, you
good-
do what's
a good
called like a
witness,
white
and his
flash
hair
transition.
is
Covers
pretty
the entire
good. There's
screen
a
white
few
to very
improvements.
clearly
There's a little
indicate
bit
to
of
everybody there was an
if
edit
you
here
have the
for
high quality, you can
time
see there's a
or
little
whatever,
like dangly
just for it to
doodles
be
over in the
overcome.
eyes. Like he
But
needs to
in this
work
case,
on
it
his
was not
gelling.
edited, as
But yeah.
I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that,
gotta fix-
because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes. So how do you know what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel for Mr. Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum.
Objection,
and
Your
Debbie
Honor.
Lloyd. Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Objection. Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay. You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that
Oh,
there are
Lord
cameras.
Jesus, here we
And
go.
so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
it? I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So I stand to gain nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in the target of TMZ, a very litigious organization.
Very litigious
And I'm not
organization.
seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Oh
I
shit!
find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp's
This
attorneys
motherfucker
were
right here is
well
like, yo, I
aware
could.
of the
You
TRO
say I'm looking for 15 minutes of fame, but guess what? Your no-name law office was doing the same when you took Amber Heard on as a client, considering that she had no fucking case.
You can answer it.
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys
Oh my
were
God,
aware
that's
that
fucking
Amber Heard was
great.
going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
Fucking great.
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Kind
Do
of a
you
complicated
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time, how did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
Do you
I was
know-
not
You
dispatched.
just smacked her
You
like,
know
fuck
why
you. You
the
want to
deposition did not
insinuate
work
that for some reason
to reference the
I'm doing
article.
this for personal gain.
you-
I
Like,
didn't write that story. I
TMZ is
was
going to
involved
sue
in
the
that.
shit out of
Do you
him.
know which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who
They're
provided it,
scrambling to
correct?
do damage control around this. They didn't have any plan around this. Delane is not the right choice of lawyer for this. I don't know why she
Why
decided
did
to
you
field these
contact
questions.
me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I'd received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had
He's
no idea,
making a
honestly.
statement against self-interest, guys. So you,
All right,
when
sir,
if
you're
you guys
free
go
to
back
go.
to the thing where we did,
Another witness.
we were talking with Matt. We talked about just statements against self-interest, right? They're one of the ways that you can overcome hearsay, right? He's making a statement against his own self-interest right now.
He's not been.
Yeah, he's just trying to be honest and truthful.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on penalty of law?
This is an interesting witness. It seems that his testimony had some effect, but we're going to find out. I was told to pay attention to this by one of my
Yes,
lawyer
ma'am.
buddies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neumeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert, Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University in Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary-related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we can be ending up working for
Oh, it's not common anymore.
Defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, around 1990, it was called
He owns
Skymaster.
it.
And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic.
Okay, well, don't ruin it
Still
for
doing all
me.
the Same tasks.
Doing this is basically
And
the
you described
equivalent of me
into
doing it
the
live.
entities
I
that
haven't
you
watched
work
it yet.
with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you
Could
work
have gained some
We
insight
do,
into it.
audio forensics, which is clarifying
my
audio,
legal
for
sources
example,
not to
sting operations or
give me
audio that may have been
any
surveillance or
specific
any other type of
information either.
recording,
Just talk about the
removing
witnesses, what to
background
look for.
sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon
No, I'm just
cameras.
going to object on
Axion
relevance
cameras,
because
those are the body
here,
cams.
This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Neumeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a
Yeah,
lot
you
of work
definitely
with
had this
Axon
like
police
white. I'm
cameras.
just talking about my relevant
Really
experience.
handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to, it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout.
Much higher bar of evidence and being entered as
throughout
an
the United States.
expert
We just
in
wrapped
state
up a
courts
case
usually.
That was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, so it's really very. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes, and what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work.
This is the problem with our
to
justice system.
The parties, and as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So very often, it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on. For example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per or with a,
You know what's going to happen. He's been restricted.
with
There's been a motion in
Latin in law school, not binary, and binary is
limine.
the language these days. So sometimes in the legal system,
limine,
it's a little bit hard to
motion in limine that has restricted his testing that we didn't get to hear about.
that work.
What
Okay.
is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set.
This will
your
be
cell phone,
interesting.
your computer.
I wonder
anything
if
that
they'll be able
runs
to get
off of
around
binary
the motion in limine without aggravating the judge
How long have you
and
worked
get
in
stuff in that was
Well,
previously
actually, started off
excluded.
in analog, so
We'll
it's
see.
been 40 some odd years.
You have to be
started off
careful. You'll
with
anger a
cameras.
judge if you go against their order.
My first cameras were
There is a way to
filmed
open the door.
When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers.
What's a motion in
around.
limine? A motion in limine is it basically it means the limine means
I started shooting
at the
videotape
start
from
basically.
helicopters, and
So
I logged about
a motion at the
14,700
start.
hours of
It's before the
video.
cameras are on.
At that time,
Motion at the
oddly
start
enough, since we
before the
were
start of the
helicopter, a television helicopter. We were the only helicopter in Phoenix.
start
At
of the
time,
trial.
sheriff's-
That's what a
the
motion in
sheriff's
limine
department
is.
bought a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Air.
And those will be
So
heard
we
and
ended up
hashed out,
doubling
and
up,
usually the cameras aren't on for those.
being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990, and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field.
All right, we're going to speed this up a little
do
bit.
that much
Taking
TV
too long.
work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in the helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyze it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling in, and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course.
Correct, we do
for
not.
2 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a...
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying.
Oh,
Qualifications are relevant.
Sustained objection. Mr. Neumeister, can you describe which professional certifications you have received?
For cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Silverlight. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted, or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society, and the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I'm a member of that. I lecture to AES. There's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I've won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Gold Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries.
Really experienced in videography and forensics and videography.
Yes,
in
and
audio forensics,
about a half dozen or so.
audio
I don't have much time,
production,
and I don't usually
and
do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals with
manipulation.
clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Yo, this guy is so qualified. If they object to him being entered as an audio expert, they're gonna.
Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital
Well,
forensics?
thank you for listening to this, Jenny. Make sure you drive safe.
Due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called INSA court. We speak in front of private investigative groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics. Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right, so moved. Mr. Neumeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of reported injuries to Ms. Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered.
Turn it down.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's
behind it
into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash
taken,
fired,
aperture, flash,
what the operating software
geolocation,
version was of the cell phone or camera.
This is stuff that I do.
Shot a photo. What type of lens was used?
As a secure application engineer.
There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So
Correct.
we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF.
Also included
viewer.
on TIFFs.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone
Not
or
use
a
iris
basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different
What about
areas
14 minutes left on this
a
guy?
scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain
Color
percentage
depth.
of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection,
Yeah,
Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to pause it here. I'm going to explain what he's talking about, okay? So cameras have known limitations of what they can or cannot capture, okay? Different sensors and other things like that, given the lighting. So EXIF data, especially advanced EXIF data, can sometimes capture apertures and lighting data. So given a certain lighting, a certain ISO, and a certain sensor, you can tell if a picture has been manipulated because there are colors or other things that, given the environmental data of how the picture was taken, would be beyond the capabilities of that sensor. Okay? And that's what he's talking about. So,
Like, one approach.
mind you, why this is relevant, they've previously testified, Amber has testified that the pictures that were used in this trial and that were submitted to the media and stuff were not manipulated. I think we're going to see that his testimony is going to be restrained from a previous ruling. They're not allowing him to talk about the process of how he came to his conclusion. Damaging. Seems like your like local nice neighbor that like is a hobbyist and see out and wants to teach you everything about something that you have absolutely no interest in. He's one of those people. You just like listen because he's just a nice dude, and you're like, yeah. Like he's like Ed that you call up and like, hey man, I'm messing with my camera. I'm trying to figure out why everything's blue. Yeah, your white level's off. Adjust that. Thanks, man. You're awesome. You know, that guy. Gonna fast forward a bit. Damn.
In this case, Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this.
Yes, it does. He's allowed to talk about things that he's reviewed that are in evidence, and then you talk about the foundation to provide it, and then you go into the specifics.
I think we have to go straight to the specifics.
Okay.
Okay, she's going to allow them to skip foundation. Whatever, fuck it. Okay, cool. Whatever.
Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
Foundation again.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would, again, object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
I'll approach. Tom, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence? Mr. Neumeister, does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
There were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence.
All right.
Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs use wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Published in
1303, please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match.
Let's talk about what that means. You guys will sometimes hear me talk about an MD5 checksum or a hash checksum. So what that means is that you're generating a number based off of the bytes, right? So it creates a cryptographically unique hash based on the ones and zeros in their order, create a numerical value, and that numerical value is hashed. It comes out with depends on what type you use, right? But let's say we have a 16-digit hash that's generated by MD5 checksum. If you change that photo, it changes the ones and zeros, and when you hash those ones and zeros again against a cryptographically known key, the output, that outputted 16-digit number is different. So though a photo may look identical or near identical, you can tell if it's been altered.
But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down.
They're really limiting what he's saying. I wonder how.
Photos 1.5 and Photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Wonder why.
Photos.
What is that?
I'm really interested to find the motion and the ruling on this.
Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos. In other words, you would put a photo in and you would change the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it by...
They're going to try to argue, but every iPhone has. It doesn't mean that she did
or
it.
You could darken it.
Doesn't mean we did it.
But when you
guarantee you that's why they limited it.
Through an editing program,
and he can't answer.
You leave a mark on the EXIF data.
And what is the EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting.
Yeah.
You would write the type of
how high
lens
the aperture,
used, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically, and there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you.
Don't ruin it for me.
What the camera
I get
was
it though.
doing.
I would get frustrated
So what's
too.
the significance
He's
of
an
EXIF
expert in
data
his field. I don't know how they limited his testimony.
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally
I'd like to see that
where
motion
the operating
in the
system
argument.
of the camera would be, which means
Again, it was a motion
the
limiting
version
it. We
that
probably
the
won't.
of operating system the phone is running on. it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
True. You can also manipulate the
Prepare a
EXIF data directly, though.
that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data. Of the
You're an
photos in
idiot
this
if you
case.
allow it to show that you edited a photo
Can
you
we
want to
pull up
present as unedited.
1304, please. Your Honor, may I
Their team is stupid. You can tell whoever did it was not a photo expert. Or else you would have changed the EXIF data back to say the operating system, not the software.
Permission to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
So why is this relevant is another thing. So if you're using makeup to create bruising or other things, right, there's going to be any woman who's ever used makeup that doesn't match your skin tone and other things like that. Blending it can sometimes still, when you take a picture and there's that harsh light off the pigment of makeup, that pigment can provide an outline. So what you do is you go in and you use the blur tool to blur it. And it's the same thing as blending, right? When you blend makeup. And so by doing that, you get rid of the hard pigmentation refraction that happens off of makeup that's only applied in a centralized location.
Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
She wishes
co-counsel's
to
talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections to demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo, and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most
Yes,
important.
absolutely,
for this
especially with
photograph.
airbrush makeup,
So,
which is
for
common
example,
in
things you would see,
modern
the very top
4K
line
photography.
Would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72
That's
to
wrong.
1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying Photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1.
The iOS version, yes.
And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time.
I mean, if you use exceptionally high
so
quality makeup, you can. The pigment
universal
refraction
time
is
code
not
minus
as
whatever
bad of a thing.
area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal
Sensor
length
data, lighting
would
sensor
be
data.
important. The pattern of metering, things like that.
That's what metering is.
Would be
metering is where they meter out the light data. And that
again,
tells you
this
what
is
a
just
sensor
few
could or could not
lines, the
capture
reason
and
I
whether
put
it's
these in
within
there was just to explain
range.
a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again.
We're going to pause here. You can tell a blurring tool has been used. You can see where the pigmentation lines were. You can also see where the blur line is from the brush. Right? That's what it appears to be. Oh, it's not showing my my mouse. Second, let me see if I can fix that really quick. Properties. Does it allow me to capture my cursor? Does not. All right, we'll change how this works. Okay, so I don't know how to do this now, but it's just, you can see, if you look at this, you can see where the makeup was applied, and you can see where the blur tool was used around the lines because they left the after framing. So because they were on a phone editing shit before.
And it's you know, right there, you've got Photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we've pretty much covered what the stuff is. But again, you see the Photos 3.0.
So
and again,
it was
this
edited.
could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited, and rendered through the photo editor, and this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos?
Someone was dumb enough not to
right.
use an EXIF editor to move it.
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the Photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, Photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see Photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's
You
not
can smooth edges
anywhere
in
near
their
original.
entirety. You can
There's gonna
increase
be
contrast and then
compression
smooth
artifacts
edges.
because it's a JPEG
Like
file.
if you guys were able to see what I actually look like
Assisted
without,
injection,
like with the way the camera doesn't capture colors
the next
accurately
page of this,
because of its sensor and
demonstrative
because I have to modify it, like
And
I have to do a
same
lot
thing.
of, I have a filter
You've
that's
got
put up
the
right now.
Photos app.
Here, I'll capture that. Show it out.
And I believe there's one final photo in this
Right here.
demonstrative.
Camera mask.
What about this one?
Here,
Again, if you look up there,
here's-
it says Photos
to my-
3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just
Okay.
do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
We're going to pause it here for a quick second. Talk about what this. The way they limited his testimony, it can be damaging to him because he's limited, and if he tries to use the explanation and that's been pulled out. Well, actually, if the defense asks and opens the door and he's able to respond to it and they don't shut that down early enough, they can open the door on redirect. It's really challenging. So for example, I have my gamma up 0.25 and I have my contrast up 0.52, right? And so I'm modifying it. Like I had to set my light levels correctly, right? Because your camera guesses, but it's best if you go in and you set your white balance. Because I'm using some effects in my background to blur out my background, I have to create sharpness up here. And so it's very, very interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. We will be right back. I just have to really use the restroom. So how long is this break for them? Okay, I got plenty of time. So I'm going to let this roll. We will be right back. Transition. Ignore that it says 10 minutes. It's not a 10-minute break, guys. Promise. Not a 10-minute break. Go over here to our 10-minute timer. We're going to bring this down. Oh. Time is it now? Went to go use the restroom. I'm back, but I'm letting the 5 minutes roll. Part exactly. My mic's on now. I off. Just reply. Amen to that. You guys don't want to hear me use. Come on now. Nasty. Nasty. That smooth transition right there. Exactly. Get back to it. Right. Get to skip a whole bunch of bull. Well, guys, this is how you cover 7 hours worth of depositions and everything else in less than, what, 3 hours? Yeah. Craziness. Shocker. Call it. Shocker.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Go.
Yes, sir.
May we approach for just one moment?
Okay.
In your glasses, you got a fingerprint.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. Mr. Neumeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that counsel can review, if that's all right.
Okay.
We do. Go, Luna, get it. But to address an issue earlier, guys, if you're one of my viewers and we've talked openly in general chat about like you live in, if it's a large chat, a large city, I may mention it. If it bothers you, just let me know. But if you live in somewhere like New York, Charlotte, Raleigh, Dallas, Austin, like there's no way someone's gonna be able to use your in YouTube. I would suggest not doing that from a security perspective. Whenever you have a town where there's more than 200,000 people, it's hard to narrow someone down by name in a city. But if it bothers you, just let me know. My God, can we get to it? All right, there we go. Is the mic cutting out? It would be a shocker. My God. How long are they going to have this man just sit up there and wait and do nothing? Okay, guys, let me mess with some things real quick.
All right, we took care of that, Your Honor. Thank you. May we publish, or would you like to see it?
I'd just like to see it first.
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it?
All right, how about now? Is it cutting out now? Yeah, I want to talk about your city then. Like, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. Like, you have fun trying to find me, but I've put my name out there and people know who I am. So
Marked as plaintiff's 1305 and used as demonstrative. You can publish to the jury.
pretty easy to find me. You search my name, you'll find like the articles that have been published in
Mr. Neumeister, we're going to
stuff like
go ahead
that.
and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
My mic is still cutting out.
So, Mr. Neumeister, what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original with the operating system from an iPhone.
No, it says I'm good.
9.3.1 on that particular
Am I still
photo.
cutting out?
This is 9.3.1. There is a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
Okay.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, the same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
It's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Cool. All right, guys. So hold
can
on.
take that one
We're
down,
gonna show
Tom.
how
Your
this can be
demonstrative.
done.
It's the
Similar, the same. Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 7? Mr. And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Neumeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear?
marked. There's a graphic below indicating it. A photo, the one this is 9.3.1, there is a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708?
They got her. They did an extract and got the
Mr.
original
Neumeister,
photo.
Does the image in defendant 708 appear to be
Makes sense now.
similar? The same
They're showing that
photo
she
as,
edited her
what was
photos
depicted
heavily in
your
order to make it
demonstrative?
look like there was
It's
further
the-
bruising than there actually was.
Actually, it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Neumeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
Your Honor, exhibits 712 and 715 are outside the scope of disclosure.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
As part of the day, absolutely. I love this type of testimony because it's something I have deep understanding of and I'm in the field of. And I do have, by the way, guys, I am certified in digital forensics, digital computer forensics, not cell phone forensics, and photographic forensical research. When I was talking about, I've been published in scholarly articles. So if you search my name, it's not hard to find me or sort of identify who I am and what I do. From that, it's very easy to find out who exactly I am, find all my profiles and all. Plus, I'm a streamer and been a streamer for a long time. And I'm involved in a murder case. So Hiding my identity is
Could we
like
pull up
fucking impossible.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1306?
Scholarly
Tom?
mate.
And Your Honor, this is another video that, oh, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that. Play it once through. This is 1306.
All right, so watch this. This is insane. They have the pre-edited photo and what it looked like after they edited it. It was clearly and intentionally done to bring out and make it look like things were.
What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendants 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Their evidence. They fucked up on their own evidence. They didn't check their fucking EXIF data.
And if we could go ahead and play that, please. Tom? And Mr. Neumeister,
That's
what's your
they strongly increased the contrast. They changed the white balance. Same thing I do, guys. So watch this. So if I go over here and I go to your webcam and just chatting, and I go to my filters. So I have to deal with color correction because I had to remove pinks and purples off of my reflection. And I did that in a way that was interesting. So if I go and I remove my preset. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can see that live. No, you can't. So yeah, you can. You'll see I get redder. See how I become and my skin tone corrects for the red I removed? I'm using a transparency peach overlay of my original skin tone, which I took a picture of, and then created a transparency layer. And then I did that. So yeah.
what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's Exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the date's number, 712 and 713.
Damn.
They're two separate exhibits, except
That's a
it's the
huge
exact
difference,
same
though. That's not even
photograph that's
minor
been,
offset.
one's
The
been
white balance
edited,
was
one
correct
hasn't.
for where they
I
were,
can't
though,
see
because
that
if you
one
look,
hasn't,
the
but,
black changes to
the
not be
colors
black
have been,
when they edit
modified
it.
in an editor.
Fucking ridiculous.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors. It keeps happening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neumeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos. Marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata. This keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
He can speak from his expertise. He's not speaking. He was literally going to speak about what iTunes is. iTunes backup. He is a forensics expert in the area of digital extraction. Like he's far beyond anything I fucking know. I know how to use Cellbrite. I don't know how to explain it forensically. I can do it for I can do it for computer backups, but I don't know shit about iPhones, guys. The only reason I use an iPhone right now is because my Google phone broke. I don't fucking like iPhone. I like Android. But you take what you can get at the moment. On. The frustration in his face. He seems like an overall nice guy.
So, Mr. Neumeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Neumeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Now they're going to try to attack the method. I hope they open the door for court
Good
redirect.
afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
Argument of
And you have no
authority.
degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
He doesn't need one.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
You don't need one. I got a certification to learn the initiatives, make sure I wasn't missing anything. I don't need one to be. I've been qualified as an expert in testimony before for computer forensics. Without
From the
before I
opinions
had
you
my
testified today, you relied
my
on no data
certification.
except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept it.
What other data did you rely on for the actual opinions you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the
of
actual
that-
opinions you testified to?
That is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor, that was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
Huh? You asked him the fucking question. You're opening the door, then trying to fight opening the door. You can't. I'm frustrated for him. Yeah, vector scopes. You use vector scopes in order to determine does the vectoring match the lighting. Okay, so vectoring is just directions, right? Light travels a path. When light bounces, it does a certain thing.
Sir, you can answer
right,
the
and then a sensor picks it up.
Pardon?
You can answer the question.
Thank
Can you
you.
restate the question?
Opened the fucking door.
I don't recall the question, Your Honor. We can move on.
Your Honor, maybe we could have the court reporter read it back.
They could redirect.
No. Okay, what was the question, Judy?
They're trying to avoid it now that they know they
I
opened the
believe
door.
The question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's...
Sorry.
Is that correct, Judy? Okay.
No, it's not that he didn't recall the question. He just didn't want to actually ask now that he knows the door's open. He knows that he's fucked because he's going to get to answer it.
That's fine. Okay.
So, when you're analyzing video or photo, in this
Objection to
case,
video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
All right, if you could just answer the question, sir.
when you're analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data. You use
This is an
a vector scope.
experienced.
You can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. I can object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case it's not really all that relevant.
Yeah.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
Okay, so someone else did it on her behalf. Who gives a shit? That doesn't fucking... Yo, I'm telling you, I'd have fun on redirect
Can you
with this
please pull
shit.
up Exhibit 178?
I'd fucking light a fire because they just opened the door.
Is that defendants 170?
Defendants 170.
They're attacking his methodology of review. They open the door to allowing
So you offer
further
testimony
explanation
regarding
of the
this photograph
review
during the direct
and how
examination,
reviews
right, Mr.
are articulated
That's a yes
and
or no,
executed.
Of a photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different
I would
versions of
light
this
this
photograph.
bitch
but
on
yes,
fire.
I talked about that particular photograph.
But
Can't wait to see it. I want to see
Do
this
you
shit.
recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes,
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hard to soar among the equals when you're surrounded by turkeys. Goddamn right.
So, Mr. Neumeister, if you could please turn to page
Man's probably forgotten
76.
more about photography and videography
And
than
when I
most
say
people have
pages,
known
those
in
are
their
little
lives,
pages in the 4 boxes, not
Oh,
the
okay.
page at the top.
myself included.
And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack
By the
of
way, for anybody who
authenticity
doesn't know, if you
of
go
the
look at my
specific
LinkedIn, I was
photograph
an
produced at
officially
KLH
sponsored
7101?
photographer
Response, can I refer to my
and
report to see if that
technical
specific
support
number is in the report?
for
Yes.
Olympus
Response, not that specific
cameras
photo. I just grabbed
where they
three
got
out
rid of
the batch.
their
Do you see
most of
that?
their camera line. I had a hold of the
Can you
E10
please pull
before
up
anyone
exhibit
even had it.
517? Or
To the
defendant's
point where I literally
517?
had to cover up with black electrical tape over the badge because it wasn't publicly announced. I know
You are
a
not
little bit
offering any
about
opinions
photography.
regarding this specific
Little bit.
photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been
As
limited
far as like
here.
graphics, arts, creation. Now, you want me to edit photos? I can do all that shit all day long.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
Yes, he
I
is.
have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
He's doing really good in his
You
testimony.
testified
You can
about
tell he's
Photos 3.
experienced
Do
the
you recall that
testifying.
testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
Exactly.
The notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
Exactly.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos
It does.
3.0, correct?
It does not
Again,
modify.
it's not
If
the
you don't
same
modify the
because
photo, you
you're
don't
using lossy
redo the exit
compression
data.
once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
Like, that's not hard. Yeah, you can place the photos in Photos 3.0, but unless something is
Could you please
changed
turn
in
to
it for it
page
to cause it to have
233
to
of that
recompress and actually compile the photo, there's
And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0.
the exit data does not change
That's just saying
without
it was saved
saving it.
in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0, that's correct.
You
Question,
saved it
that
after a
notation In and of
modification.
itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0.
Placing it in this order does not
right?
resave the
Answer,
photo.
That's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please? At the bottom, line 20, question, you see, question, but the
About
file
4 more
changed
minutes of
visually
this.
just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
No, you have to open it. You don't just, you import the
that was
photos,
my question,
you have to
Mr.
open it and save. And you can't save unless an action has been executed
So if
inside of the
metadata
software.
software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data.
Did you find any evidence
Exactly.
in this case of
Very
actual
simple to modify
modification
EXIF data.
of EXIF metadata?
You can't. You
can't tell if
authenticate
EXIF data's
any
been
of these
modified.
photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Neumeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph?
There's no way to
in this
tell.
case?
There's no way to tell.
Didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the
I'm sorry,
files
guys.
were
I'm going off
presented.
a little bit just because, like,
So
this
you
is
found-
frustrating for
you
me.
found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
There's no such thing as evidence. You're asking if he found something that doesn't fucking exist.
No evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is
Exactly.
no way
Like,
to
it's-
positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
There's no yes or no. It can't
is
be
a
answered
question,
because
Mr.
there's no
Meister.
such thing as
Did you
evidence. There's no
yourself-
such thing as evidence whether
You found
an EXIF
no
data was
affirmative
modified or
evidence
not
of
just from a
any
photo. There's no such thing. It doesn't fucking exist.
software
You cannot prove a
EXIF
negative.
Metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because
Not
of the
asking
way-
about anyone else, Mr.
Asked and
Meister, that's what I
answered.
do.
Objection. Asked and answered.
You found no
Objection.
evidence.
Asked and answered. Come on.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Yes.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Oh my
There's
God.
not a way to answer
Okay,
that
sorry.
the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it in a. You're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
All right,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification
There's no such
of any
thing.
photograph in this case, correct?
Just say there's no such thing.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
Asked and answered.
It is your opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own
I'm
examples
sorry.
that you've entered into evidence. They are
Oh,
not
man, I
photos
love
from
him.
an iPhone. Those were edited on a PC.
I had a moment there, y'all. Sorry, I
gonna,
lost myself. I got a little
Hand
bit. I
up a page from your
apologize.
disclosure.
Modifying EXIF data does not leave a forensic trail is how he should have answered it. Modifying EXIF data in and of itself does not leave a forensic trail on the photograph.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's insane, dude.
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Neumeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no
EXIF
further
data.
questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
They opened the
Mr.
door.
Neumeister,
Yes.
a moment ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Heard has offered in this matter.
Get him.
And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data, and on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond EXIF metadata.
I think he opened the door on the
overruled his objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I was right.
An
He opened the
iTunes
door.
backup
You guys see that?
Only a backup.
I'm
of
telling you, I can't wait till my
things
shit's
that are on
over and I'm
iPhone
gonna get my
not-
fucking law degree and it's gonna be
does
over.
not have the critical operating
gonna finish
system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell.
Exactly.
Because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases. Because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
There we
All right, next
go.
witness.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
Okay, we ended there. I don't know if that was the end of the day. I don't think it was. Oh, I can't scroll. Why can't I scroll? See if I can go down. Nope. Son of a bitch. Okay, give me a second, guys. You guys know if there was more to the day? It seemed like there was more to the day, but... Just a lady at an airport doesn't sound too important, considering I've seen no clips of her. All right, well. Oh man, this was insane. We are just I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, so for more examples of Amber Heard being an aggressive, we're gonna save the personal insults. Just guys, today was not a good day for Amber's team. They've already started the moves for appeal. I think they see the writing on the wall. They've lost. The way they attacked that professional witness, they were dumb. They shut down questioning, and then they opened the door to the same things they objected to. And as you guys can see, asked and answered, that objection came up when I talked about it. Then they opened the door, that objection came up when, you know, that came in response to an objection, which the judge, of course, ruled that they did, because they did. They fucking asked the question and opened him up. So here's the thing. You don't ask, if you want to not open a door, you don't ask open-ended questions, okay? You do not ask open-ended questions. You have to ask questions that are very specific, that have no secondary answer. Some of her rulings to exclude evidence or other things like that could come into question. And if they find that the preponderance of those rulings could have changed the outcome, there's quite a few things that they could challenge. It's very unlikely, but they could still do it in order to delay any type of execution of a judgment, which would be beneficial to one party or another. They can also ask for a reevaluation of the judgment, which would come into play around the jury offer damages that were too high, etc. we'll see. I go to lie on crime. There's like 10 more minutes with that video testimony that we were just referencing. All right. Okay, we'll go.
Of a photograph like that, I don't exactly remember. Where backups of iTunes just
Observed her having.
All right.
All right, Ms. Leonard, can you hear me?
We only have 7.
All right, can you just count to 5 for me so I can get you on the big screen in the courtroom?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Oh, that's close. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of
That's
law?
not how that works. Welcome, Trekker
Yes,
Chance.
I
I don't
do.
think I've seen you here, but yeah. It's just
Well,
insanity to me.
Start talking. We'll see. Try the first question.
Especially if
Good
you understand how
afternoon, Ms.
Trekker
Leonard.
looks. Well, let's see what this lady has to say.
Good afternoon.
Oh, man.
All right, Ms. Leonard,
Bring it down.
if you could speak
Sorry.
a little louder for me and try to count to 5 one more time. I'm just trying to get you on the TV screen.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
Did it.
4, 5.
All right. The lessons we learned in COVID, correct? Okay. All right. Your first question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms. Leonard.
Good afternoon.
Would you
Welcome,
please
guys.
state your full name for the record?
Beverly R. Leonard.
Where are you testifying from?
I'm testifying from my home in Arizona.
170.
Are you familiar with the defendant in this matter, Amber Heard?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I met her in 2009 at SeaTac International Airport.
Why were you at the airport?
I worked there.
We lost a subscriber.
What happened when you met Ms. Heard in 2009?
I was in the baggage claim area and I observed her with a traveling companion, and they got into an altercation where Ms. Heard had grabbed her traveling companion and pulled something from her neck. At that point, I got up and went over to try to break up what appeared to be a fight. And I summoned a colleague to help me, and I stepped in between them and separated them, stopping any further injuries or
This is insanity.
escalation.
How would you describe the interaction between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
Ms. Heard was aggressive towards her traveling companion, and she had reached up and grabbed her arm and pulled a necklace off of her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her
Amber's
feet.
doodling right
Her
now?
eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance?
I'll sustain the objection.
On relevance?
Yes.
Okay. What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner, but other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
I like Trekker.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling
This is
companion?
insanity.
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And Objection, hearsay. Just objection hearsay to what she's saying.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss
pretty
Heard's
much.
traveling companion?
Try not to react.
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
He's
How would
over
you
there
generally
taking
describe
notes.
Miss Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor. I already asked and answered the specifics.
Oh, it stopped. Interesting.
Right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And contact Ms. Leonard. Yes.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Leonard, when
They were
did
required to
you
cut something out.
contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
They were required
Late
to cut
last
something
night.
out. Something happened.
Late last night.
I'll try to find that edited
And
video.
this happened in 2009, correct?
Yes.
13 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And you know that this trial is being televised, right?
Yes.
And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right?
Does she look like somebody who wants to be on television?
I had no desire to be on television.
Exactly.
I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted.
Yeah, Amber has an
All right.
ex-wife.
But you only you reached out and contacted them last night, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
That's the 3-2 rule right there. Remember I said he has 3 lawyers, she has 2? The other ones are a junior associate and a legal assistant. And I don't know if the junior associate has actually passed the bar. That's why they're probably not up there in the well. Guys, when I talk about the well is the area right in front of the judge where you see the court reporter and stuff. It's very disrespectful in most courts to walk through there without permission from the judge or to even walk through it to hand something. You literally walk all the way down, all the way around, behind the benches, and all the way back up. Yeah, Amber was arrested for domestic abuse against her ex-wife. They ruled it as discriminatory evidence. That basically the weight of the evidence and its bias versus its value is blah blah blah. But yeah, that can't come up. It can't come in. So over now, cardboard. Yeah. All right. Well, go do the damn thing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff people don't know right now. This shit's been crazy, dude. I think that tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. It is an embarrassment. Oh, you're just coming forward now because you want to be famous. Yeah, because TMZ's not going to sue the shit out of him and litigate the fuck out of him. And they have lawyers. I mean, the guy who runs Harvey, the guy who runs TMZ was a lawyer. So, and he co-owns it. He's a holding member. it's insane, right? It's just those situations that are just so awkward. You feel awkward too just watching them. It's craziness. It is craziness. So guys, I mean that's really what happened today. The highlights. We just covered an entire trial, 8 hours worth in a little under 4 hours, and that includes with commentary. We got the good stuff. We went through it. It was a very interesting day. I hope to cover this live tomorrow. I appreciate all of you guys tuning in for this. We're gonna hang out a little bit. I think we're gonna hang out, and we're gonna go through some news that happened, and all that good stuff. But actually, you know what? I want to play some video games. That's where I think I am. I want to play like some Minecraft or something. How you guys feel about that? Want to play some Minecraft with me? Play some Minecraft. Okay, well, we can do Minecraft. We can play some Magic the Gathering. But anyways, awesome. No problem, Jenny. We'll be live at 9 a.m. Thank you for joining. Guys, this is a very uncommon thing. We don't often get televised civil litigation in high-profile cases, especially defamation cases. This is a very
Ladies and gentlemen,
unique
we're still
situation
on
from
track
the.
to have closing arguments on Friday morning, but the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal, and then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim.
Yeah.
So you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
All right. Why is it not letting me? Damn thing. Interact. Pause. There we go. All right. Absolutely, man. We will call in Stand By Ukraine. I appreciate it. Guys, I think we're gonna play some video games if you guys want to hang around for that. I'm gonna end the podcast and then I'm gonna head on over to Twitch. You guys can it'll be on the final thing. You guys can catch me Cardboard Crusader on twitch.tv. Hopefully you guys will come over and support me there. We'll play some games and hang out. But thank you so much for joining our podcast. I just want to say, each and every last one of you, I appreciate you. I love all of you, and I can say that because I love every human being. No matter who you are, you have intrinsic value just by being alive. And remember that you're important no matter what you do, who you are. You are important just by being alive. All right? You guys have a great night. We will see you later. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to go ahead and do the damn thing. Good night.